Chapter 1913. Beehive Island was a very peculiar island. The entire island was a huge dark yellow beehive. There were countless holes on the surface of the beehive. The interior was even more intricate with countless tunnels. A rank 6 Gu immortal with a broad back and thin waist, wearing jade green armor, was inside the beehive. This person was one of Miao Mingshin's followers, Feng Jiang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The densely packed red thread venomous beast shot towards Feng Jiang from all directions. Red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out with a single movement. They were extremely fast. Feng Jiang could only see traces of red light. Red thread earthworms had sharp attacks. Groups of red thread earthworms could force desolate beasts to retreat. Feng Jiang retreated as he fought. He was under huge pressure. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. His battle strength far surpassed desolate beasts. He had many killer moves. But the mission he took was to pacify the red thread earthworm disaster on Beehive Island, to restore balance to the ecology of Beehive Island. If Feng Jiang used unscrupulous methods and attacked fiercely, he could easily get rid of these red thread earthworms. But that way, Beehive Island would suffer a huge blow. Feng Jiang's merit points would be pitifully low. Damn it! Feng Jiang was wary. He could only retreat, flying out of the beehive and floating in the air. The red thread earthworms were still chasing after him. They shot out in the air and chased after Feng Jiang. From the countless holes, large numbers of red thread shot out. Feng Jiang sighed as he flew away from the beehive, causing these red thread earthworms to return in vain. Red thread earthworms fell from the sky but did not die. Their bodies were soft and tough. After coiling around the surface of the beehive for a while, they went back into the beehive. They did not go through the original holes in the beehive. Instead, they went through the walls of the beehive. This was a huge blow to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms. There might even be desolate beasts inside. After all, I took on a mid-sized mission. There is another problem. The deeper I go, the narrower the tunnels inside the beehive. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already riddled with holes by the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, the entire Beehive Island would be destroyed. Feng Jiang was silent for a long time before making up his mind. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and summoned a large group of wasps. These wild bees were very elite. Each of them had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader's aura was even more vigorous. It was a wild wasp. The shape of the wasp's abdomen was peculiar. It was not ellipsoidal, but gyroscopic. The waist was the widest, and it extended from the waist all the way to the tail, becoming smaller and smaller. On the surface of the gyroscope-like abdomen, there were black spiral patterns that were quite eye-catching. All the wild bees were covered with thick fur, and their wings were large and wide. They were yellow Euro bees. Feng Jiang's immortal aperture raised a large number of wild bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them. It had a special status. Although ordinary wild bees formed groups, they were all of the same species. Different kinds of wild bees did not live together. However, yellow gyroscope wasps could not only live together with other wasps, but they could also reproduce and nurture other wasps, helping to strengthen their colony. Yellow Euro bees could be said to be the core bee species of Feng Jiang's immortal aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sigu immortal. He had abundant cultivation resources. He had many kinds of bee colonies in his immortal aperture, and more than 10 desolate beast bees. Yellow Euro bees had always been heavily nurtured by him, but he only had 3 desolate beast-level yellow Euro bees. This time, Feng Jiang took out this group of yellow Euro bees. He had paid a huge price. Under Feng Jiang's command, the yellow Euro bees buzzed like a yellowish-brown cloud, entering the beehive. There were still bee groups on Beehive Island, but compared to the red thread earthworms, they were at a disadvantage. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee groups were chaotic for a while before they started to counterattack, attacking the red thread earthworms at the bottom of Beehive Island. This was a battle of life and death for the entire tribe. It was naturally very intense. Beehive Island continued to shake. Large numbers of cracks appeared on the surface and were expanding rapidly. Feng Jiang was already prepared. He immediately used all sorts of methods to repair the beehive. He let the bee groups attack while he became the babysitter. He was lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost a lot of their numbers, the only desolate beast's red thread earthworm retreated without a fight. It led the tribe and left the beehive. Feng Jiang looked at the sea. Millions of red thread earthworms converged into a huge red current that moved far away. He heaved a long sigh. The burden on his heart was finally lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to pursue and kill these red thread vipers, or should he just ignore them? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms had already entered the deep sea. Feng Jiang gave up on chasing them. Fighting in the deep sea was like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. Moreover, there were many sea beasts in the sea region. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I should repair this beehive island first. This repair process took him a day and a night's worth of effort. Not only was the beehive island completely repaired, Feng Jiang even reinforced many crucial areas. At the same time, he took out a lot of honey and special plants from his immortal aperture. After doing all this, Beehive Island was completely renewed. Not only was the ecology balanced, there was even more potential for development than before. This is already a mid-sized resource point. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was related to the merit mission, and he was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang could only give up on this thought regretfully. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points. He found that after completing this mission, his merit points had increased by over 80. Feng Jiang was stunned before regretting. I did not reach 100 merit points. It seems that I did not do it perfectly. I should have exterminated the red thread earthworms back then. If I let them go, Beehive Island will be invaded by them again. That's not right. The mission was for me to balance Beehive Island's ecology. Did I really do it? Actually, I did not. The so-called ecology, even though the core is Beehive Island, the surrounding sea area is also a part of Beehive Island's ecology. I only modified Beehive Island. I did not touch the surrounding sea area. This was my mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, Fan Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. After seeing the list, he immediately understood the situation and told Miao Mingxin's group about the secret of the good person title. Feng Jiang then exchanged for the good person title. He could take on mid-sized missions. Right now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he did not understand the mission's content, more importantly, he had put in a lot of effort in this mission. In order to gain merit points, he could not take back the yellow Euro bees. Of course, this was the correct exchange. After all, merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bees to gain merit points. He could exchange for an immortal goo after accumulating 10,000 merit points. This transaction was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have such a channel to obtain immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beasts he had, he could not exchange for an immortal goo. But the difficulty of the mid-sized mission is really high. I specialize in raising bees. This mission is suitable for me, but I only gained 80 or so merit points. What about the other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the obelisk. There were many missions there, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair the immortal formation, Feng Jiang did not have the methods to do so. Or the mission to heal an ancient desolate beast, Feng Jiang's healing methods were useless. Feng Jiang suddenly realized why Fan Yuan wanted to keep the good person title a secret. As long as he took the lead, Fan Yuan would be able to get missions that were suitable for him. He would be able to accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something was amiss. No, even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. Even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. He had completed almost every mission perfectly. Is transformation path really so useful? At this time, Feng Jiang was stunned. Beside him, white light flashed. Fan Yuan appeared in front of him. Lord Chu Ying. Feng Jiang took the initiative to bow. Fan Yuan nodded at him, his gaze moving to the obelisk. On the surface of the monument, his merit suddenly shot up from the bottom, surpassing the majority of the people, and ascended to the top 3. My merit points rose by 500 at once? Feng Jiang saw this and his heart shook. I spent another 1,000 merit points to exchange for the good person title, so I can take on higher ranked missions. Fan Yuan said with a smile. Feng Jiang was stunned again. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Fan Yuan nodded. He walked to another obelisk and exchanged for the 3rd good person title. His merit points fell by 500. He was at the bottom again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth. He was very curious about Fan Yuan's choice, but he was very tactful. Fan Yuan did not say, so he naturally would not ask. But Feng Jiang was sure that Fan Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Calculating the time, they should be back by now. Fan Yuan walked to Feng Jiang's side. He did not take on any more missions. Feng Jiang nodded. He knew that the they Fan Yuan was referring to Miao Mingxin and the rest. He replied, should be. Feng Jiang was not outstanding among Miao Mingxin's group. He had already completed his mission and the other 3 would be back soon. Fan Yuan did not mind waiting for a short while. As expected, Miao Mingxin and the rest returned soon and saw Feng Yuan. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin had a thought. The good person title can take on medium-ranked missions. The good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same. Knowing the good person title, the secret of the good person title is actually not a secret. You can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Mingxin was still very grateful to Fan Yuan. Because before this, Fan Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Shen family, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Shen Songxing. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Shen Songxing and the rest. The distance is enough for us to leave safely. Fan Yuan lied, but Miao Mingxin and the rest were shocked. Gui Qi frowned. Is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Yes. Fan Yuan nodded. He did not know about it. Miao Mingxin and the rest believed him. Why? Look at Chu Ying's attitude toward Shen Songxing. He was courting death. He was so fearless. He definitely had something to rely on. Fan Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone. I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin and the rest were shaken. They received the mission information at the same time. Their expressions changed. There was such a thing? In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Mingxin himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For Gu immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult. If they had help, it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased. In the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Mingxin could choose to accept it or not. Fan Yuan could share missions, but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Mingxin only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission. He felt the same as Feng Jiang. Fan Yuan cultivated all paths. That was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Mingxin and the rest were normal Gu immortals. They only cultivated one path. Most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Chapter 1914. 5 white lights flashed in the sky, bringing Fan Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest from the merit obelisk here. The 5 of them were familiar with the mission. They looked down and activated their investigative killer moves. Fan Yuan took the lead and looked around carefully. Although his investigative skills had always been his weakness, that was only for himself. Compared to Miao Mingxin and the rest, his shortcomings were not something Miao Mingxin and the rest could compare to. This was a vast sea area. The sea was turbulent, thousands of waves were set off, countless sea beasts were moving in the waves. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. One was Jade Island. There were countless jade pillars on the island, clanking when the wind blew. One was White Bone Island. there were only a few bone beasts. One was Hidden Space Island. It was faintly discernible, it seemed to be a void. One was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island, they did not stop all year round. One was Treasure Moon Island. The island was in the shape of a crescent moon. The island was always shrouded in darkness. Every inch of sand on the island shone with faint moonlight. Among the 5 islands, 3 of them had already begun to drift along with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest current. It was chaotic. As for the remaining 2 islands, Jade Island was in danger. The pillars under the island were already damaged. After a while, it would start to drift in the sea like the other 3 small islands. As for Hidden Space Island, it was very stable. It had been firmly guarding in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path dowel marks. The culprit for the island's drift was the impact currents that spread in the depths of the sea. This kind of current was huge to the point of endangering the bottom of the sea. Suppressing the current, reorganizing the ecology of this sea area, and restoring the 5-island chain of the past, this was the content of this large-scale mission. Fan Yuan started to calculate and deduce in his mind. All the signs showed that this sea area was originally formed with the 5-island chain as the core. It formed an ingenious ecology. The impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark that suddenly entered a calm lotus pond, causing severe damage to the ecology of the sea area. While Fan Yuan was deducing, Miao Mingxun and the rest also gradually included the entire sea area into the scope of investigation. They frowned with solemn expressions. This is a large-scale mission? The difficulty is several times higher than mid-sized missions. Immortal Hua Dai's heart sank. Feng Zhang's expression was ugly. He thought to himself, I tried my best to balance the Beehive Island's ecology, but it was not perfect. The large-scale mission this time was not to balance the ecosystem, but to reorganize it. The situation of every island was more serious than that of Beehive Island. Furthermore, the 5 islands are only a part of the mission. There's still a large area of the sea and the impact currents at the bottom of the sea. The roots are intertwined. To reorganize the ecology of the sea, we need to peel off the silk from the cocoon and comb through it one by one. Without Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, we would need to continuously experiment and improve step by step. Gui Qi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingxun was calculating the inputs and outputs. I just finished a mid-sized mission. I expended a lot of rank 7 immortal materials. I'm afraid the resources, celestial core power, and energy needed to reorganize the ecology here will be an extremely huge figure. The more Miao Mingxun and the rest observed, the faster their fighting spirit fell. The difficulty of the large-scale mission made them shrink back. In fact, they were already regretting it. Blindly following Fan Yuan to take a large-scale mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's discuss this. At this point, Miao Mingxun could only smile bitterly. He went to discuss with Fan Yuan. He did not intend to give up. Taking the mission did not mean they could give up on it. In fact, if they wanted to give up on the mission, they would need to obtain another title. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Using the time path clone and his main body to deduce at the same time, he had already obtained a perfect plan. He waved his hand at Miao Mingxun. Brother Miao, I have a plan. Follow my arrangements and we will definitely complete this mission. Miao Mingxun was stunned. Even though he did not believe it, he did not retort, he nodded. Brother Chu, please instruct us, we will do our best. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. We will work together to complete this mission. It will be beneficial to both of us. If we complete a large-scale mission well, the rewards will be several times that of a mid-sized mission. I'm just afraid we won't be able to complete it well. Miao Mingxun sighed in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not have much confidence. He could only pin his hopes on Fan Yuan now. But he felt comfortable listening to Fan Yuan's words. Fan Yuan did not act high and mighty, but had an equal and cooperative attitude. This was unlike Shunsongxing. Brother Miao, please occupy Jade Island and prevent the current from crashing into it. Gui Qi, please station yourself on Sword Wind Island and make sure it does not roam around. Feng Jiang, Fairy Voix die, please guard Jade Island and White Bone Island respectively, and guard against the current. I will go deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fan Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingxin's group did not have any clues, so they followed Fan Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals taking action, the situation on the island was quickly alleviated. It no longer drifted with the current, its drifting speed decreased sharply, it was restricted to a certain area. Seeing Fan Yuan land on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals could not help but feel suspicious. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable part of the entire sea area's ecology. It is also the easiest part of the entire mission. Why does Chewing want to deal with this island first? He should deal with the other islands first before dealing with Hidden Space Island. After all, this island does not exist. Dealing with this island first will instead become an obstacle for the other islands. In my opinion, we should deal with the crashing into the current. This is the main culprit behind the collapse of the Five Islands chain. To reorganize the ecology here, we must deal with it step by step from the source. Fan Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island and quickly flew out. His speed was so fast that Miao Mingxin and the rest were surprised. Fan Yuan entered White Bone Island. Under Immortal Hua Dai's gaze, Fan Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Hua Dai was seeing Fan Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fan Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Hua Dai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fan Yuan's sub-formation was set up. Immortal Hua Dai's mouth opened wide in shock, she could not close it. Chewing can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a Grand Master in the Tao of Formations? So he is not a Transformation Path Gu Immortal, he is a Formation Path Gu Immortal. No, that's not right. Back then, he defeated Guwen and saved us. He clearly used Transformation Path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates two paths? It was rare for Gu Immortals to cultivate two paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fan Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. White Bone Island's sub-formation was set up. Fan Yuan activated this sub-formation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Hua Dai finally understood Fan Yuan's intention. So he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful! The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us. Because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. But Immortal Hua Dai immediately thought of the weakness of this method. But the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The Gu formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the Gu formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fan Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Hua Dai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Mingxin and the rest looked at Fan Yuan with a complex gaze. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation Grandmaster was a rare sight. And the transformation path attainment that Fan Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fan Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Mingxin and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise, they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal goo like carrier pigeon goo. The impact currents rampaging in the sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Mingxin and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid, and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power, and so on. There was also a big drawback. which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Mingxin and the rest had no good ideas. Boom! At this time, Fan Yuan floated in the sky, activating the Gu formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The Gu formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation! Miao Mingxin and the rest expressions changed. They were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Dao marks. They could be seen as huge immortal materials. Fan Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone, please guard the islands during this period. If there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Fan Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Mingxin and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed, the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Mingxin, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure, he became nervous, he was on full alert. If the immortal formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom! The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave, as tall as 100 feet, crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Mingxin immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the immortal formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was immortal Hua Dai. She saw the current coming towards her, and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Mingxin and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Fan Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Mingxin and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't chewing a little too crazy? Immortal Hua Dai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Hua Dai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Fa Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Fan Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second last island. Thus, the Gu immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. After the impact currents hit the island 5 times, they returned to Jade Island. The power of the impact currents was almost gone. They almost turned into ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly. The immortal formation completely stabilized. The impact currents quickly calmed down, starting to flow evenly from the beginning to the end. But the 4 Gu immortals on the island felt a huge wave in their hearts. They never expected Fan Yuan to deal with the impact currents like this. Although the impact currents still existed, they had become a protective layer around the islands. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, far faster than ordinary seawater, firmly protecting the 5 islands while helping the immortal formation to stabilize the position of the 5 islands. If Miao Mingxin and the others' plan was used to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would definitely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fan Yuan's move cleverly avoided this drawback, instead making full use of the impact currents. The disaster became a blessing, greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was simply a stroke of genius. Miao Mingxin and the others were all in awe. To achieve this, the difficulty was simply too great. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation, even waterpath goo immortals did not have the ability to guide the impact currents. And to perfectly weaken the impact currents, rigorous calculations were needed. When the impact currents returned to Jade Island, their power had to be weakened to almost nothing. A little more or a little less would greatly affect the overall situation. It would not be possible to achieve the perfect balance of the current. The overall situation is set. Next, I will ask you to repair the immortal formation and the ecology of the islands. You can ignore the impact currents. Fan Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. In the future, if impact currents appeared again and hit the islands, they would be swallowed by the surrounding protective currents under the effect of the immortal formation. Chapter 19:15. The impact current was like a hungry tiger, but under Fan Yuan's arrangements, it became a house cat that guarded the 5 islands. When Fan Yuan accomplished this, the situation was set. Next was to clean up the mess. This was not difficult, but it was complicated and consumed time and energy. Fan Yuan did not care about it. Thus, Fan Yuan negotiated with Miao Mingxin, Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai were left here, while the rest returned with him. With a flash of white light, Fan Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and Gui Qi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiuping was thinking about the missions on the Merit Obelisk. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved many desolate beasts and a small number of ancient desolate beasts. These existences each had their own strengths. He had many methods to deal with. However, even so, Ren Xiuping felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fan Yuan and the rest appeared beside him. His heart jumped as he thought. Why did these 3 appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fan Yuan nodded at Ren Xiuping with a smile. Ren Xiuping was stunned. He did not know how to respond to Fan Yuan's unexpected attitude. Fan Yuan walked to his side as the words on the obelisk changed, revealing all the large-sized missions. Fan Yuan only took a glance before quickly taking one of them. Next, he shared this mission with Miao Mingxin and Gui Qi. At the next moment, white light flashed again as the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiuping witnessed the entire process. His expression turned grim. The mission that Chuing took is completely different from mine. It is of a higher level. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he obtained a new title. He can take on a higher level mission. This title is likely to be Great Good Person. Good Person title could take on mid-sized missions. Great Good Person title could take on large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship that Gu immortals could easily link to from the names. But the problem was, even if they thought of it, what could they do? Mid-sized missions are already so difficult. Large-sized missions must be even more difficult. Ren Xiuping was gloomy. Also, why are Miao Mingxin and Gui Qi working together with Chuing? Can they accept the same mission? This discovery made Ren Xiuping's heart palpitate. Some mid-sized missions were very difficult, but if there was someone to help, this difficulty could be mitigated. Although many people complete the mission together, the merit will be distributed. But as long as he controlled it properly, the efficiency of completing the mission would increase, and the rewards would be much higher. Isn't that what Chuing is doing? Ren Xiuping was very astute. After thinking for a moment, he understood Fan Yuan's intentions. Fan Yuan did not intend to hide it. In fact, he had deliberately leaked it. Miao Mingxin's group could be fought over. Why couldn't Ren Xiuping? The hatred from before? He. Could hatred be compared to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiuping was not a lunatic. It was precisely because of his shrewdness that there was a possibility of cooperation. As for Ren Xiuping and the Shen family, there must be an alliance between them. But it didn't matter. There were rewards on the Merit Obelisk that could remove the restrictions on the Gu Immortal. Even without Fan Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiuping had already seen it. The second large-sized mission was naturally more difficult than the mid-sized mission, but it was not a problem for Fan Yuan. After spending some effort, Fan Yuan opened up the situation, leaving Miao Mingxin and Gui Qi to clean up the mess. When he returned to the Merit Obelisk, he waited for a while before Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang teleported back. Once they returned, the first large-sized mission was officially completed. Fan Yuan obtained more than 500 merit points, while Miao Mingxin's group had varying amounts of merit points. They were all around 80. Fan Yuan looked at the changes on the merit board and calculated. This large-sized mission had a total of 973 merit points. Fan Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest split the 900 merit points. Fan Yuan, who was the leader, had the majority. 500 merit points was about the same as when he completed the large-sized mission alone. However, the amount of time and effort that Fan Yuan spent was greatly reduced. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they first helped Fan Yuan resist the waves, then took care of all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. They only had to spend some immortal essence, time, and effort, but they could obtain more than 80 merit points. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission that he completed alone. He used a group of bees, including the desolate beast yellow Euro bees, but he only obtained 80 merit points. Comparing the two, it was much easier to complete the large-sized mission with Fan Yuan. The rewards were much greater. Go and meet up with Miao Mingxin and the rest. We will complete the second mission together. I suggest that we take a team title together. With a team title, we can communicate with each other, Fan Yuan suggested. A team title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai did not hesitate. They listened to Fan Yuan's suggestion and took the title. Fan Yuan shared the second mission with them. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai teleported out to meet up with Miao Mingxin and Gui Qi. Fan Yuan then took the third large-sized mission and left first. Miao Mingxin and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the receiving island. The four immortals' merit points on the merit board increased slightly. Miao Mingxin and Gui Qi also spent their merit points to take the team title. The four immortals could communicate with Fan Yuan at any time. Fan Yuan happened to open up the situation on the other side, so he shared the mission with Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin and the rest placed their hands on the obelisk and took the mission that Fan Yuan shared with them. Miao Mingxin and the rest teleported to Fan Yuan's side. Fan Yuan gave them some pointers before returning to the merit obelisk to look at the next mission. Fan Yuan's advantage of cultivating all paths was fully displayed here. Many of the missions were difficult to complete even for Shen Songxing, but in Fan Yuan's eyes, most of the missions had a solution. What he needed to do was to filter these missions and prioritize the missions with the highest rewards. With the cooperation of Miao Mingxin and the rest, Fan Yuan saved a lot of time and energy. Miao Mingxin and the rest also hugged onto Fan Yuan's thick thighs. Their merit points increased steadily. It was a win-win situation for both sides, but for Shen Songxing, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest, it was an extremely bad situation. These people watched as Miao Mingxin and the rest's merit points increased step by step on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming the first echelon. They were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fan Yuan's merit points, he had already accumulated several thousand. It could be said that he was far ahead of the rest of the immortals. Such a huge realization made the immortals lose any desire to chase after him. Immortal goo can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, but for chewing, it is not far. Many people saw this and had complex emotions. They were filled with envy and disappointment. It's really strange, how can chewing complete so many different missions so smoothly? He must know many secrets of this place. It is a pity that we cannot attack him casually. Miao Mingxin and the rest are really lucky. How did they manage to get to know chewing? The immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Songxing sighed. He had sighed more times in the last 10 days than in the past few years combined. The ranking on the merit board was very eye-catching. Shen Songxing's ranking was below Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he could not compare to two Rank 6 Gu Immortals. How could he maintain his reputation? How could he endure this? If I can take on large-scale missions, my Rank 8 strength will be fully displayed. By then, my merit points will rise by a lot. But how can I get others to take on the same missions as me? It was easy to think of the title of being a good person, But what about the title of sharing missions? This needed to be tested. And trying would test the luck of Shinsongxing and the rest. They would need to expend their merit points. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to their already terrible situation of falling behind. I can get Shin Clan's Gu Immortals to contribute merit points. But what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do this, won't I push them towards Chuing? Shinsongxing was wary. He knew that his influence was slipping. After knowing that the alliance agreements on Gu Immortals could be removed by the rewards in the merit obelisk, Shinsongxing became more cautious in his relationship with Ren Xiaoping and the rest. Fan Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest worked together to complete missions. They were much more advanced. Shinsongxing wanted to copy them. He wanted to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Their paths were something that his Shin clan lacked. Shinsongxing was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Mingxin and the rest to use their merit points to exchange for rewards. This caused the immortals to lose their trust in him. It was a wise move back then, but now it seemed like it was a huge mistake. This could not be blamed on Shinsongxing. He knew nothing about the merit obelisk after all. The decision he made at that time was undoubtedly correct under the circumstances at that time. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions became difficult from the start. If there was a corresponding path, the difficulty of the mission would be much lower. Thus, the more paths one had, the more advantageous it was for completing missions. Fan Yuan had already united Miao Mingxin and the rest. After suffering a loss, Shinsongxing learned his lesson and tried to win over Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His prestige as a rank 8 was still there. Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement had not been removed, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had enmity with Miao Mingxin and Chu Ying. All these factors caused Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to stay by Shin Clan's side. When Fan Yuan came to the merit obelisk again, a new large mission appeared. The demonic immortal imprisoned in Regret Crying Sea has lost his mind. Please cooperate with the formation to kill him. Regret Crying Sea appeared? Fan Yuan was slightly stunned. He accepted this mission without hesitation. At this time, missions related to Merman City had already appeared 4 times, but the Mermaid Saintess selection had not started yet. Fan Yuan's rebirth had greatly changed the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fan Yuan could collect Regret Gu in advance. This was a good thing. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the Regret Crying Sea region, and Fan Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone, I hid the immortal Gu, I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtained the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the Regret Crying Sea region. Miao Mingxin and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fan Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miao Mingxin and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fan Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now, that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fan Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fan Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fan Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grand Master level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from Regret Gu. Fan Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fan Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the Dragon Whale Paradise, Fan Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fan Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed regret goo. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus will and the Red Lotus methods, how could they compare to a living Venerable One? Red Lotus will compromised, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed regret goo and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Fan Yuan. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island, but in this life, he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the Paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, regret goo mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Fan Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Fan Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by regret goo in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret goo did not activate. Fan Yuan was happy to see this situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Fan Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Mingxun and the rest, "To get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation." However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal, it had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the Fiend Immortal. Miao Mingxun and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the Fiend Immortal. Just think about it. This mysterious Fiend Immortal was from the same generation as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died of old age, but this Fiend Immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for 100,000 years? The one with the longest lifespan, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, was only 25,000 years. He had lived longer than the Supremacies. Just this point alone made this demon immortal extremely fearsome. Don't overestimate the Fiend Immortal inside the formation. Fan Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method other than sealing. It can make this Fiend Immortal sleep and extend his lifespan greatly. That is why he can live for so long. The expressions of Miao Mingxun and the rest eased slightly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill this person, after suppressing the Fiend Immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have the Celestial Quartz lifespan extension method? According to the Celestial Quartz lifespan extension method, not to mention 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years can be easily extended. Sigh, how can we estimate a Venerable's methods? Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards Miao Mingxun, saying solemnly, "But I want to set up a supplementary formation. I need a goo immortal to suppress a formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more goo immortals there are, the more formation cores there are, and the stronger the supplementary formation will be. In my plan, I need at least 8 goo immortals to suppress the formation cores." Miao Mingxun and the rest stopped sighing. Including Fan Yuan, there were only 5 goo immortals here. Fan Yuan's words meant that he wanted to invite more people. He needed at least 3 more. This was a little strange. Because even with Xingluo Zi and Tu Tu Tuo, there was still one vacancy. As for the other Gu Immortals, other than Shen Clan's group, there were Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. This was clearly not on good terms with Miao Mingxun's group. Shen Clan had bullied them, Ren Xiaoping was their enemy, Tong Hua was a traitor. Who should they invite? Gui Qi, Fairy Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed troubled expressions. Miao Mingxun laughed heartily, replying with a sincere expression. Brother Chu, the most important thing now is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This is a rare opportunity, we should grasp it. What grudge can't we put aside for now? If we want to settle scores, we can do it outside. In my opinion, Xingluo Zi and Tu Tu Tuo can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited. If Shen Clan's Gu Immortals can come, it will be safer. Saying so, Miao Mingxun added, "Of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu. Gui Chi Yi and the other immortals' expressions changed. Some wanted to say something, but since Miao Mingshan said so, they had nothing to say. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Miao Mingshan was indeed Miao Mingshan. Fan Yuan said warmly. Brother Miao is righteous and broad-minded, I am in awe. Let's do this. I will set up several supplementary formations and ask the four of you to guard one formation core each, activating the supplementary formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. Next, I will invite the other Gu immortals to join us. Miao Mingshan continued. I am friends with Tu Tuo and Zheng Luo Zi. I can write letters to them and help them make the right decision. Fan Yuan nodded. That would be for the best. Eventually, Fan Yuan obtained several information path mortal Gu from Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan not only wrote letters to Tu Tuo and Zheng Luo Zi, he also wrote letters to his enemies, Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shin Clan, to help Fan Yuan invite them. Fan Yuan read the contents of the letters several times. He did not find anything strange. In the letters, Miao Mingshan expressed his sincerity in cooperating, saying that the grudge between them could be put aside for now. He also praised Fan Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshan in a new light. The truth was, Miao Mingshan's letters were just icing on the cake. There was no qualitative change with or without letters. Fan Yuan was very confident that he could successfully invite more people. Even if Miao Mingshan objected, Fan Yuan would invite other Gu immortals. Miao Mingshan clearly knew that he was not irreplaceable. He chose to compromise for the sake of the benefits of the cooperation. If he was not an outstanding talent, who was? The process of recruiting Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tuo was extremely smooth. Fan Yuan had only mentioned it once, and they could not wait to join, even having a certain degree of excitement in their hearts. After all, Fan Yuan supported Miao Mingshan's group on the merit board. Even Shin Tsongxing was suppressed by them. Everyone saw that. Fan Yuan invited Tong Hua. She was hesitant. She said that she needed to consider it. Fan Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping agreed without thinking. He was much faster than Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tuo. Ren Xiaoping even brought a small unexpected news to Fan Yuan. Shin Clan's Gu immortals also wanted to join. The leader of Shin Clan's Gu immortals was the rank 8 Gu immortal Shin Tsongxing. Without his permission, the other Shin Clan Gu immortals would not dare to side with Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan soon met with Shin Tsongxing. Fellow immortal Chu Ying. This time, Shin Tsongxing's attitude was very sincere. He treated the rank 7 Chu Ying as an equal rank 8. The reason I came here is because of Celestial Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor fought. I'm sure Chu Ying has heard about it. In this battle, I captured Duyue Fanjing. To redeem him, Celestial Court gave me an important piece of information. So in this Dragon Whale Paradise, there is a rank 8 immortal Gu, Echo Worm. This Gu is extremely useful to me, Shin Tsongxing, and even Shin Clan. I have been searching for it for many years, but to no avail. Shin Clan is willing to cooperate with Chu Ying. If you see this Gu in the Merit Obelisk's reward, please be magnanimous. If we encounter this Gu during a mission, my Shin Clan would like to cooperate with you to capture this Gu. Shin Clan will reward you handsomely. Fan Yuan's expression changed. Echo Worm? This worm is in the top 10 of the mystical Gu list. It can make a sound and anyone who hears it will become a slave if they respond to it. And a rank 8 Echo Worm can already enslave rank 8 Gu immortals. Your clan has been searching for such a precious treasure. What sincerity can you show me if you want to cooperate with me? In this Dragon Whale Paradise, we cannot directly set up an alliance agreement. Shin Tsongxing laughed loudly. Chu Ying, I have already prepared for this. This cooperation is for the sake of my Shin Clan's reputation. You can use Gu worms to record the entire process. And these things are a small portion of my Shin Clan's sincerity. Please accept them, Chu Ying. Saying so, Shin Tsongxing took out a huge immortal material and handed it to Fan Yuan. This immortal material's value was so high that even Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Regret Gu was right in front of him, but the immortal materials needed to advance immortal Gu on a large scale were lacking. This immortal material from Shinsongxing could fill the gap. It was something that Fan Yuan urgently needed. Fan Yuan nodded, accepting this immortal material. Shinsongxing continued. I heard that Chu Ying's mission involves a supergoo formation personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I want to go with you, maybe the echo worm is inside. Even if it is not, Shin Clan's goo immortals can work together to help Chu Ying complete this mission. Chapter 1917. Regret Crying Sierra. Immortals stood in the air. Miao Mingxin and the rest each occupied a supplementary formation, activating it as the formation's power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fan Yuan was setting up an immortal formation. His aura surged. He was still at rank 7 level. His body was covered in a layer of green light. His eyes were filled with blue light that resembled the sea and lightning. With a wave of his hand, a large number of mortal goo flew into the air like a swarm of mosquitoes, circling around and quickly forming a supplementary formation. Next, Fan Yuan took out immortal materials and used killer moves to create the supplementary formation. The newly joined Ren Xiaoping and the rest stared at Fan Yuan with shining gazes. They were silent as they watched him set up the formation. The goo immortals had complex expressions, even Shinsongxing was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up a formation, this is a formation path Grand Master. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path as well, this is very rare. How did he cultivate both? I'm afraid he found a way to cultivate transformation path and formation path at the same time. Just like how Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivates soul path and lightning path, while 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as formation path Grandmaster attainment. Chu Ying's method of setting up formations is so familiar, and more terrifyingly, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency in setting up formations is truly rare. The immortals became more shocked as they watched. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment made their hearts shake. With such methods, he can deal with many of the Merit Obelisk's missions. Most of the missions on the Merit Obelisk are to organize the mountains and rivers and harmonize the ecology. This is very beneficial to Chu Ying. No wonder he can complete so many missions. Ordinary formation path goo immortals need to use immortal goo to set up an immortal formation. But Chu Ying is a formation path Grandmaster. He only needs to pay immortal materials. This qualitative change is too terrifying. The goo immortals could not help but feel jealous. They also envied Miao Mingxin and the rest. They had truly found a powerful backer by getting close to Chu Ying. Ren Xiaoping had already begun to seriously consider whether he should abandon the Shin family after this mission was over and rely on Fan Yuan. Based on the current situation, Fan Yuan was very magnanimous. The enmity between him and Ren Xiaoping had been temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. What worried Ren Xiaoping was that Fan Yuan already had Miao Mingxin's group by his side. Even Tu 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 and Xing Luozi's relationship with Fan Yuan was much better than his. As far as Chu Ying is concerned, he can totally cooperate with anyone he likes. Why would he join hands with someone like me, who is his enemy? Ren Xiaoping's heart moved. Even though Chu Ying is able to use immortal materials to set up formations with his Array Dao Grandmaster realm, it is impossible for him to do so. Therefore, his greatest shackle was immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can use this to contribute immortal materials and cooperate with him more closely. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his own benefits. Only by doing so could he move Fan Yuan and make him cooperate with him. After setting up this formation, Ren Xiaoping, please go and guard it. Fan Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set it up. This supplementary formation was similar to the previous ones, even though it was set up in the air. Once it was set up, it would sink into the sea. Sure. Ren Xiaoping chuckled as he flew down. He did not inspect the supplementary formation, he directly entered it. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fan Yuan set up the formation in front of him, he would not be able to see the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. He was not afraid of Fan Yuan plotting against him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable prohibited Gu immortals from attacking each other. It greatly increased the trust between Gu immortals. Fan Yuan continued to set up the formation. 1, 2, 3. As Gu immortals entered the formation, the supplementary formation became stronger and stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression turned ugly. Fan Yuan had an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw domination copper, earthly limit astral chi, green jade wind flow, dark inkstone, heaven flying jade. Fan Yuan's wealth made the immortals speechless. Ren Xiaoping even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. With such wealth, how could he compare to the other party? What made Ren Xiaoping feel even more dejected was Fan Yuan's attitude. He used these immortal materials to set up the formation, but he did not even blink. He was decisive. He did not care about these sacrifices at all. Even though Fan Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the advancement of immortal Gu on a large scale. The immortal materials used to set up the formation here were just a small portion of Fan Yuan's storage. Even if there were 100 of these supplementary formations, Fan Yuan could afford them. Thus, Fan Yuan's behavior, in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu immortals, was that he was extremely wealthy. After spending a lot of time and effort, the supplementary formations were finally set up. Shin Songxing and the rest entered the supplementary formations. These supplementary formations were scattered around the underwater formation. If seen from a bird's eye view, it would look like a peacock spreading its tail. Each supplementary formation was like the core of the peacock's tail. The power they emitted gathered into a stream that flowed into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had their own differences. These were adjustments made by Fan Yuan according to the characteristics of the Gu immortals. For example, Miao Mingshin's supplementary formation had a lot of space path immortal materials mixed in. It could help him unleash his full potential. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had a few empty spots. He could place his desolate beasts inside and display his enslavement path specialty. Other than that, the positions of the supplementary formations were also meticulously arranged. Fan Yuan placed weaker Gu immortals like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. And Shin Songxing's supplementary formation was the closest to the underwater formation. Fan Yuan also set up a supplementary formation for himself. He entered the supplementary formation. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fan Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Fan Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Rain Formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as Gu worms were refined by Fan Yuan. Shin Songxing and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while, their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Fan Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move? Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move, does chewing cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The Gu immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Fan Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chuing had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshin, and these elite Gu immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these Gu immortals were deeply shaken. Shin Songxing's pupils shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fan Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fan Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chu-Ying. Shin Songxing had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fan Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Goo as the core. Fan Yuan used many supplementary goo worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and obtained rank 8 Immortal Goo Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to southern border and used this killer move to refine Chi Chu-Yu's formation, capturing many goo immortals inside. This time, Fan Yuan used it again. It was also rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shin Songxing could not see the true essence of rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fan Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fan Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret Goo and the other immortal goo in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other goo immortals. But now, even Shin Songxing was invited. Fan Yuan was not afraid of the other goo immortals surpassing him. The refinement speed became slower and slower. Finally, Fan Yuan encountered a bottleneck. This was an Earth Path rank 7 immortal goo. Its body was flat like a disc. It was yellowish-brown in color. It had a head and a tail, as well as 4 hook-like tentacles, growing evenly around the disc. This is territory goo. When a goo immortal plants it deep in the soil, it will emit a mystical power that permeates the soil and spreads outwards. After spreading to the limit, everything in the surrounding 1,000 li will be controlled by the goo immortal. Fan Yuan recognized this goo. Territory goo was very common, especially in the southern border. In many villages, even if they were not skilled in Earth Path, they would think of ways to get a rank 3 or 4 territory goo. The village would plant this goo underground, and a goo master with high authority would take care of it, greatly increasing their control over the territory. Territory goo was a practical goo worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual goo masters did not pursue this goo. Territory immortal goo was kept in Dragon Whale Paradise. This goo was very useful to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used this goo worm to manage his immortal aperture. It was very convenient. Fan Yuan could use territory immortal goo to adjust the terrain of his territory. Chapter 1918. This is a little troublesome. I need to make some deductions. Everyone, rest for now, Fan Yuan said. The obstacle of territory goo was not just a problem for Fan Yuan, it was also a problem for the other goo immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, the power of the supplementary formation could not go any further. The goo immortals started to rest, but they did not forget to talk. He finally encountered a problem. And here I thought that Chu-Ying would be able to continue refining it. What a joke! This is a formation created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. How can Chu-Ying possibly refine this formation? But if he fails to refine it, what will happen to our mission? That's right. Even though Chu-Ying is a formation path grandmaster, deductions are a matter of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The goo immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, Fan Yuan encountered a problem. They let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was stuck. Their benefits were affected too. The goo immortals wanted Fan Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they did not want to see this happen. All right, I deduced it. Let's continue, Fan Yuan said. What? The immortals were surprised. This was too fast. Fan Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation, floating in the sky. To pass this obstacle, the supplementary formation needs to be adjusted. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Next, he willed as immortal essence was expended rapidly, the supplementary formations started to move according to his will. Some of the supplementary formations moved back while others moved forward, getting closer to the underwater formation. Finally, Miao Mingshin's supplementary formation and Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation stuck together, becoming one. Fan Yuan said to the two of them, "Next, your supplementary formations will be the main ones, the rest will assist." Miao Mingshin and Ren Xiaoping nodded with complex expressions, to think that they would work together one day. After adjusting the supplementary formation, Fan Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He was not in a hurry to activate Refinement Rain, instead, he controlled the immortals in the supplementary formation to activate the supplementary formation according to his method. The power of the auxiliary formation changed. It was like layers of fine sand that were stuck in the cracks of the underwater formation, slowing down its operation. And it was precisely this slight change that gave Fan Yuan the opportunity to take advantage of. Fan Yuan continued to activate Refinement Rain. A moment later, he successfully refined the territory Gu. After passing through this checkpoint, the immortals instantly felt relaxed. The power of the auxiliary array was released, and it rampaged through the array at the bottom of the sea. After penetrating 60% of the formation, it encountered a precipice and came to a halt. Shen Songxing and the rest were in a state of shock. Amazing! I didn't expect Chuing to be so powerful. More than half of the underwater formation is going to fall into his hands. The auxiliary formation he designed is extraordinary, it can actually be adjusted. This isn't a fixed formation, but a type of changing formation. Fan Yuan's performance shattered the highest expectations in their hearts and shocked them once again. 3 days and 2 nights later, several Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu were successfully refined by Fan Yuan. At this point, 60% of the formation was in Fan Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of the underwater formation. With just the supplementary formation and myself, I can't break it in a short period of time. Fan Yuan knew his limits. Being able to reach this point was already the limit of his current abilities. After all, this Earth Path formation was personally created by Paradise Earth, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Earth Path attainment level was at Supreme Grand Master. Fan Yuan tried to manipulate the 60% of the refined formation to disrupt the remaining 40% core. Fan Yuan was using the underwater formation to deal with himself. GUH. A moment later, Fan Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His soul shook intensely as his expression turned pale. Several supplementary formations including him broke apart. The Gu immortals inside fell into the water and cried out in shock, suffering from varying degrees of backlash. Fan Yuan's plan failed. Even though he refined 60% of the formation, it had no effect on the remaining core. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's work, even after refining most of the formation, the core is still intact. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself and said loudly, "Friends, I am very sorry, I did not see through the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu immortals shook their heads, expressing that it was fine. In their opinion, it was already incredible that Chuing could do this, it far surpassed their expectations. Fan Yuan squinted as he thought, "It seems I can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the outer 60% formation was already refined by him, dismantling it was very easy. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fan Yuan only dismantled 60% of the formation, thus, during this process, Gu worms were destroyed from time to time. But the immortal Gu inside were well protected by Fan Yuan, he successfully kept them. As for the mortal Gu, it was not a pity to destroy a small portion. Miao Mingshin, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest were stunned. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the situation inside the formation, they could only vaguely sense it. Right now, Fan Yuan was dismantling the formation right in front of their eyes. They could see what Gu worms Fan Yuan obtained. So many Gu worms! I saw many lost Earth Path mortal Gu. They were created by Paradise Earth when he was still a Gu master. There are also immortal goo, oh heavens, there are 8 immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo are rank 7, there are very few rank 6 immortal goo. They were all taken by Chu Ying. That's right, he did not give us any. The goo immortals watched as Fan Yuan took the immortal goo with dazed gazes. Some of them were drooling with greed. Most of these immortal goo were Earth Path immortal goo, they were not suitable for them. But immortal goo were unique, they could be exchanged in the future. Tuo's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spit fire. He was an Earth Path goo immortal, seeing the Earth Path immortal goo being kept by Fan Yuan, his mouth was dry, his heart skipped a few beats. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved, he wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them, but his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shen Songxing could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually, Tuo could only sigh. He swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity, and so on. His mind worked rapidly, he wanted to obtain these immortal goo. He knew that he was not indispensable, he had to cooperate closely with Chu Ying and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chu Ying, he would be able to transact immortal goo with Chu Ying in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path, he did not cultivate earth path. Thus Chu Ying had a high desire to sell the immortal goo. The pitiful Tuo did not know that Fan Yuan's earth path attainment level was already at Grandmaster, it was even higher than his. Fan Yuan dismantled the formation, the first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal goo. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you, my saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chu Ying, I am Tuo, I am very interested in the Earth Path immortal goo that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me, I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Fan Yuan thanked them one by one, his mood was very calm. He had too many immortal goo. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal goo that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fan Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal goo were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal goo left. For example, the core immortal goo of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, Goo Suppression and Bone Lock, the 2 time path cores of Moment Stages 1 Instant and that time, the immortal goo of Eternal Yachts Immortal Goo Hing, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, the immortal goo of Sun and Moon Temples Immortal Goo Day and Moon Child. Most of these immortal goo were rank 7, there were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's immortal goo, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special, it was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal goo houses. Fan Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Fan Yuan's time path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 Zodiac battle formation into Myriad-Year flying warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Fan Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fan Yuan spent a lot of effort but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell, its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fan Yuan thought about it, he decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many goo immortals around him, it would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the goo immortals to attack while he and a few goo immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left, now that it was being attacked by the immortals, including a rank 8 Gu immortal like Shin Tsongxing. Its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it! Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Qiying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The immortals stopped attacking one after another. Their morale fell. They were all affected by regret Gu. Only Fan Yuan was unmoved. His eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret Gu, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shin Tsongxing shouted, temporarily suppressing regret Gu's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal killer move, grand explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Chapter 1919. A change happened right in front of the immortals. Shin Tsongxing got close to the mysterious demonic immortal with an excited expression. Finally, I have finally met you, Ancestor Shinshang, Shin Tsongxing said with a trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor Shinshang. Shinshang was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shin clan. He had outstanding talent and was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, a wisdom path rank 8 great expert said that he was the 100 years Eastern immortal leader, half a venerable in terms of talent, implying that if Shinshang cultivated to rank 8 in a few hundred years, he would definitely be the leader of Eastern Seas Gu immortals. His talent was peerless, comparable to half a venerable. However, Shinshang chased after strength and gradually fell into the demonic path, committing many crimes. The clan cherished his talent. Even though they punished him, they were lenient and even shielded him. Shinshang continued to commit crimes. He became more and more unrestrained. He was a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, but he was a demon on the inside. Eastern Seas Gu immortal world was kept in the dark. He and Shin clan concealed it, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and suppressed him, but he did not expose his identity. Shin clan did not dare to announce it. They could only announce that Shinshang had died from tribulation. After Shin Tsongxing captured Guyue Fangjing, Celestial Court contacted him, telling him about Shinshang and ransoming Guyue Fangjing. Shin Tsongxing thus learned that Shinshang was still alive and was sealed in Dragon Whale Paradise. To enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shin Tsongxing mobilized all of Shin clan's forces to investigate and search in secret. Coincidentally, at this time, Ren Xiaoping attacked Miao Mingshin's group and leaked some clues about the blue dragon whale. Shin clan obtained this information and sent Shin Tsongxing personally to force Ren Xiaoping to surrender. He learned that Miao Mingshin could find the location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshin gathered the 8 immortals and headed towards the blue dragon whale to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shin Tsongxing and Ren Xiaoping had already gotten the news and followed them secretly. This was what led to the subsequent series of developments. Shin Tsongxing came to Dragon Whale Paradise and tried all ways to find Shinshang's location. After several missions, Shin clan's Gu immortal Shinshi found the clue of regret Crying Sea. Shin Tsongxing guessed that the devil immortal in the Crying Sea of regret was most likely Shinshang. However, his joy did not last long before he received a shocking piece of bad news. Chuing had actually accepted the mission and was about to kill Shinshang. This shocked Shin Tsongxing, and he hurriedly contacted Fan Yuan. He pretended to tell Fan Yuan that he wanted to search for echo worms, and he gave Fan Yuan a large amount of immortal materials to display his sincerity. Because of this, Fan Yuan also brought Shen Songxing to the Sea of Regret. Shen Songxing had been hiding in the dark, restraining himself until the very last moment. Only then did he make a move and rescue Xinshang. Other than Shen Clan's Gu immortals, everyone else was stunned by this sudden change. Shortly after, Miao Mingxin and the rest had grim expressions, their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 Gu immortal to begin with, and now, he had Xinshang as well. Xinshang was also a rank 8, back then. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him. He definitely had extraordinary battle strength. With Xinshang, Shen Clan's strength rose sharply. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path, Shen Clan became the only superforce that had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Shen Clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge. It brought countless benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Songxing was moved. He immediately released Fan Jing, ignoring Fan Yuan's Qi ancestors' hint to hand Fan Jing to him. "You are a descendant of my Shen Clan?" Xinshang floated in the air, looking at Shen Songxing. His eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. "That's right, you are a member of my Shen Clan. What year is it now?" Xinshang's voice was hoarse. It was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body. It was extremely powerful. Shen Songxing answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. "So much time has passed." Xinshang sighed. "Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end." Sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Xinshang sighed, he looked at Fan Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. "Good, it seems that my Shen Clan has many geniuses." Next, his gaze focused on Fan Yuan. He said in a gentle tone, "Young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot. You have made great contributions to my Shen Clan. Are you willing to join Shen Clan and become an external Supreme Elder?" He actually wanted to recruit Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a Formation Path Grandmaster was what Shen Clan needed. And from his Formation Path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a Formation Path Great Grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Songxing cupped his fists at Fan Yuan. He added, "Chuing, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving Ancestor Xinshang is extremely important to my Shen Clan. I hope you can understand." Fan Yuan nodded. He had a calm expression. There was even a hint of a smile on his lips. "Of course I understand. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. But Shen Clan is recruiting me?" "Hee hee." Fan Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Songxing said coldly, "Chuing, what do you mean by that smile?" Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. "What ability does your Shen Clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy." Shen Songxing's gaze turned cold. His Shen Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas. It even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not worthy of recruiting a lone immortal like you. "Humph, Chuing, don't be arrogant. My Shen Clan is recruiting you because Ancestor Xinshang is magnanimous. Don't think too highly of yourself." Xinxiao, Xinqi, and the rest spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formation and met up with Xinshang and Shen Songxing. Xinshang's bloodshot eyes shined with killing intent. He stared at Fan Yuan and said coldly, "Chuing, right? I need to remind you, you were brought here by the Merit Obelisk. You are restricted by Paradise Earth's methods. You cannot attack each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years. I am not restricted by the Merit Obelisk. Any one of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Mingxin and the rest changed. Their worst fears had come true. What should they do? Right when they were at a loss, they heard Fan Yuan's loud laughter. Next, they saw Fan Yuan beckoning Shen Huai, who was in the air, with a provocative expression. Miao Mingxin and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this bravery or stupidity? They could not tell for a moment. Shen Huai's eyes shined with blood-red light. He lowered his voice and said furiously, "You are courting death, go and die!" Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave shot towards Fan Yuan in the shape of a sphere. The sound wave was extremely fast. At the next moment, it tore through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation crumbled instantly. It could not even last for a second. With an intense explosion, a huge wave soared to the sky. It was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the aftermath of the explosion swept the surroundings. Miao Mingxin and the rest had to fly into the air and evacuate their respective supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed in the aftermath. Miao Mingxin and the rest had ashen expressions. They were extremely unsightly. Xinshang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level. It was extremely powerful. In their eyes, there was little hope of Chu Ying surviving. In fact, they had already forgotten about what happened to Chu Ying. They were more worried about themselves. Because Xinshang had used his actions to prove his words, he could really attack Miao Mingxin and the rest. Ancestor is so impressive! Xinsheng squinted. He knew the inside story. Xinshang's main cultivation path was not sound path. The sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chu Ying is dead for sure. It's good that he is dead. I have not liked him for a long time. That's right, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. But he is arrogant because he knows more about Dragon Whale Paradise. He does not care about us at all. He dares to provoke a rank 8. This person really does not know how to write the word death. Xin Shao suddenly stuttered as he said this. The waves that soared to the sky fell down heavily, stirring up another huge wave. Amidst the water vapor that filled the air, a boat that shone with a silvery white radiance appeared before the immortal's eyes. Chu Ying stood proudly at the head of the boat with his arms behind his back. He still had a slight smile on his face. Shen Huai saw this and his pupils shrunk. He could not help but exclaim, "Rank 8 Immortal Gu House?" The other Gu Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal Gu House. No, who in the current Gu Immortals of the 5 regions did not know about it? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship! Ren Xiaoping gasped as his scalp turned numb. Chu Ying actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship. Who is he? Xin Shao was tongue-tied. The immortals' gazes were fixed on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan slowly dispelled familiar face, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his true appearance, the immortals' hearts jumped, their expressions changed. Immortal Hua Dai even shouted in shock. "It is Fan Yuan!" She was too shocked. She had always felt that Fan Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them, but such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. "It is Fan Yuan!" Shin Clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth. Some of them drew in sharp breaths. "So that's it." Miao Mingxin gulped as he gulped. So Chu Ying was Fan Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fan Yuan. What kind of person was Fan Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance. He was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fan Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shin Songxing's expression was pale. He gritted his teeth. In just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fan Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shin clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shin Songxing's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chu Ying earlier dissipated into thin air. Fan Yuan even dared to provoke the Celestial Court. He even dared to kill them. What could a mere Shin clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fan Yuan. I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shin Songxing sighed inwardly. His clan's luck was terrible. Why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shin Songxing feel confident. He was panicking internally. At this time, Shin Songxing heard Shinshang's question. Who is Fan Yuan? Shin Songxing looked at Shinshang. Shinshang had a confused expression. He was very strange. This Gu immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level. It was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Shinshang also looked at Shin Songxing. His gaze carried some reproach, as if he was saying, "You are a grand rank 8. You are actually afraid of a rank 7. What are you afraid of?" Even though Fan Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura. He was still concealing it. Shin Songxing blinked his eyes. His heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fan Yuan was a person. How could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court. He had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses. He was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and crafty. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Chapter 1920. By now, Fan Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. The Celestial Court gave him a reputation and prestige that shook the world. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could already make rank 8 Gu immortals in the world feel fear. Ancestor. Shin Songxing handed an information path Mortal Gu to Shinshang. It contained all the information he knew about Fan Yuan. Shinshang received the Mortal Gu and scanned it with his divine sense. He had a completely different expression when he looked at Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan? Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to you, ha ha ha, interesting. Shinshang's eyes shone with blood-red light as he laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in this world, this is great this way. I won't feel lonely anymore. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body, filling heaven and earth and shaking people's souls. Fan Yuan's information not only did not make Shinshang wary, it even raised his fighting spirit. Seeing Shinshang's performance, Shin Songxing suddenly felt a sense of confidence. I might not be Fan Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Shinshang here, he is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. With him here, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Just as he was thinking, a silver light shot out and filled Shin Songxing's eyes. Damn it! The alarm in Shin Songxing's mind rang wildly as he quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad-year flying warship whistled past, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. If Shin Songxing had stayed on the spot for even a breath's time, he would have been directly hit by myriad-year flying warship. Shin Songxing did not dare to imagine such an outcome. This was the advantage of immortal Gu houses. Activating immortal killer moves would waste time, but directly mobilizing the immortal Gu house to fly around was an attack method that could take effect instantly. Myriad-year flying warship flew over again. Fan Yuan dispatched the myriad-year flying warship and ignored Shin Songxing, only looking for trouble with Shinshang. Of course, Shinshang did not dare to use his body to test the might of myriad-year flying warship. For a moment, he was chased around by myriad-year flying warship. Shin Songxing and the Shin clan Gu immortals wanted to help, but they awkwardly found that they could not attack Fan Yuan. Damn it! Shin Songxing gritted his teeth. In this way, the advantage that the Shin family had in numbers could not be brought into play, and could only sit and watch as Fan Yuan and Shinshang fought. As for Miao Mingxin and the rest, they naturally did not dare to get involved in such a battle and had already retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Shin Huai, as an ancestor of the Shin family, do you only have the ability to run around? Fan Yuan entered the myriad-year flying warship and mocked loudly. Even inside myriad-year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan had many subordinates, but he could not let them out. Myriad-year flying warship could only be controlled by him. If he could let his subordinates out, he would have a greater advantage in numbers than Shin clan. Humph, Junior, you are too arrogant. Shen Huai was provoked by Fan Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Huai's flying attainment was extremely high, and he was extremely fast. He could directly circle around myriad-year flying warship. While he was escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally used it now. Immortal killer move, Night Song. A mournful song quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave that flooded everyone's hearts. The song had a slow rhythm. It was mainly sung by the human voice, accompanied by the sounds of drums and zither. It was simple yet sorrowful. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jian, who were at the edge of the battlefield, heard it and started crying. Miao Mingxin, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest also had sorrowful expressions. They could not control their emotions. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Myriad-year flying warships shined brightly as it blocked the power of Night Song for him. But Xinshan had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song not to deal with the Gu immortals in the battlefield, but to create an environment for the battlefield. The song enveloped the sea and sky. Traces of dusk mist spread out from the sound waves and spread throughout the battlefield. After a few breaths of time, the entire regret-crying sea area turned pitch black. The Gu immortals were trapped here. They could not even see their own fingers. Their ears were filled with the mournful night song. Their morale plummeted. If they continued to listen, they would be slaughtered. Even though Fan Yuan was not affected much, the surroundings were pitch black. He lost his target. Fan Yuan immediately used investigative methods to sense Xinshang's location. Xinshang seemed to have sensed it. He laughed loudly. Fan Yuan, you fell for it. Saying so, he activated another killer move, Sentimental Sorrow. Fan Yuan grunted. He was actually hit by the move. He could not help but feel shocked. He quickly recognized. This is a human path killer move! No wonder my myriad-year flying warship could not defend against it. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They could give the Gu immortal strong defense and were very safe. But this defense was not without shortcomings. When Fan Yuan designed myriad-year flying warship, he considered most paths. But human path was his shortcoming. He did not have human path Grandmaster attainment level back then. By the time he reached this attainment level, myriad-year flying warship had already been constructed. The situation was already set. He could only make minor adjustments and could not improve it greatly. One of the main reasons was that Fan Yuan lacked a human path immortal Gu that specialized in defense. Xinshang definitely has a high-rank human path immortal Gu. After Fan Yuan was hit, he immediately understood a portion of the enemy's details. In terms of information, Fan Yuan was at a disadvantage. He did not know much about Xinshang, but Xinshang was familiar with Fan Yuan's information. Fan Yuan had trump cards, of course, like rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light qi, and so on. But he planned to hide these methods. He did not want to expose them now. In this dragon whale paradise, Fan Yuan could not attack Shen Songxing, Miao Mingxin, and Ren Xiaoping. If they learned of these secrets, once they left this paradise, they would easily spread outside. Thus, Fan Yuan wanted to use the methods that he had already exposed to fight the enemy. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Sword. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver-white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying towards Xinshang. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power, but Xinshang laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords. He did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Xinshang's body surged with a mystical aura. His life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon, the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing! The clan's records were not wrong. Ancestor Xinshang was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Songxing saw this and sighed inwardly. When Xinshang was young, he was a healer. When he was a Gu master, he started to roam Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees. He was praised by people and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts. But Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside myriad-year flying worship, Fan Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense down marks of different kinds. They were hard to heal. But Xinshang had human path methods. He healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot, and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual destruction. Xinshang saw that the time was ripe. He activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad-year flying worship, Fan Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body. They burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks. These Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fan Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck. If they increased in scale, Fan Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, gathered, and melted. Xinshang's method is strange. He can actually bypass myriad-year flying worship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine. He is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right, the Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand. The fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Huan tried to deduce Fan Yuan used this connection to deduce Huan's situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals used the river suppression lotus sealing formation to seal the stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fan Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the river suppression lotus sealing formation. Right now, Xinshang used Fan Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fan Yuan. It was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fan Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately took action, controlling myriad-year flying worship to retreat while dispersing the daybreak flying swords. At the same time, he started to prepare a healing killer move, preparing to use it on himself. His reaction was so fast that even Xinshang was slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal who was personally suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed loudly with a trace of madness. Fan Yuan! You think you will be fine if you don't attack me? Ha ha ha, watch carefully! Saying so, he activated a killer move again. He spread his fingers and pressed his palm on his chest. Immortal killer move, light injury. Xinshang grunted. He was hit by his own killer move. His expression turned pale. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Dao marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw. It was exposed at this moment. All along, Fan Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now, Xinshang's killer move was too strange. It was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Xinshang was being chased by myriad-year flying worship. It was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fan Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Xinshang hide in the darkness. His attacks would stagnate. The human path Dao marks on Fan Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Xinshang also affected Fan Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fan Yuan, because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fan Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself. Fan Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shinshan laughed sinisterly. He started to mutilate himself again. He used much more strength than before. Fan Yuan's body shook intensely. His vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No! In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Shinshan. I need to find another way. Fan Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shinshan continued to mutilate himself. He gradually went crazy. He laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Mingxin and the rest had ugly expressions. They were very worried. Shin Clan's Gu immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fan Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own. Myriad-year flying warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Shinshan actually forced Fan Yuan to retreat. Amazing! Shin Songxing was extremely excited. He could already see the rise of Shin Clan. Miao Mingxin's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fan Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, Shinshan's attacks seemed to be able to bypass this immortal Gu house. It countered Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Shinshan is a genuine rank 8. Gui Qi Yi Tu Tu Tua, and the rest were very confused. This Shinshan was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack Immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his Gu worms? At this moment, Shinshan's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fan Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fan Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fan Yuan used this immortal Gu and killer move to quickly remove the human path Dao marks on his body. Shinshan's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path Dao marks on Fan Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fan Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fan Yuan and bypass myriad-year flying warship to continue attacking Fan Yuan. But at this time, Fan Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship flew closer as Fan Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Shinshan. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation! Boom! With a loud sound, the huge gray stone giant appeared again. The giant was extremely fast. It opened its arms and grabbed at Shinshan. Shinshan squinted as he snorted coldly, retreating rapidly as he tried to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fan Yuan's instructions, the gray stone giant only captured Shinshan and did not attack him. The gray stone giant's offense was extremely powerful. Even though it could not compare to the River of Time here, it was still at the peak of rank 8. Most importantly, its fighting method was to capture. It did not want to kill or injure Shinshan. It made Shinshan retreat immediately. The battle entered a stalemate. Shinshan dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while activating his killer move to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship while healing himself and using self-cleansing to remove the trace Dao marks on his body. Myriad-year flying warship and the gray stone giant cooperated, chasing and intercepting Shinshan. Shinshan was already having a hard time dodging myriad-year flying warship. Now that there was a gray stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Whenever he was about to be captured, Shinshan would let out a loud roar. The sound waves would explode and create a path for him. Both sides fought back and forth in the battlefield. The shockwaves affected Miao Mingxin and the rest, as well as the Shin Clan immortals. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were the first to fall. They were teleported away from the battlefield. Next were Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, Gui Qi Yi, and the rest. After them were the Shin Clan immortals, Miao Mingxin, and Rin Xiu Ping. Eventually, Only Shin Songxing was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch the battle of rank 8s. Shin Songxing's expression became increasingly ugly. The battle was tilting towards Fang Yuan. Shin Shang's situation was getting worse. In contrast, Fang Yuan was becoming more composed. This child has deep wisdom path attainment. He has many thoughts in his mind. He is multitasking. In this aspect, I am too far behind. Shin Shang gritted his teeth. At this point, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might but was sinking deeper and deeper. The battle was already out of his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin and appeared at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Xinshang and unleashed a time path killer move. Xinshang was caught off guard. He could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movements immediately slowed down. His time flow was slowed down by half. The gray stone giant took the chance to grab Xinshang and slowly retracted its hand. Xinshang laughed loudly. His hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were red, but he had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he ordered the gray stone giant. The latter's hands formed a 10-finger cage that bound Xinshang tightly, making him unable to move for the moment. After understanding Xinshang's offensive method, Fang Yuan was able to find a way to deal with it. But the restriction did not harm him, it was harmless to him. Xinshang struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but he could not break free. Shin Songxing saw that the situation was bad and wanted to save him, but he suffered a backlash once again. He was restrained by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Xinshang lived up to his status. He was able to force Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to suppress him personally. He was indeed quite capable. His methods were strange and unpredictable. They were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Of course, Fang Yuan controlled a portion of the battle. All of his trump cards were still in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan could still teleport back to the starting island. With this guarantee, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. Ah! Xinshang screamed. His expression was distorted. Fang Yuan started to frown. Xinshang's current state was a little strange. He was laughing and struggling intensely, but he did not use any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black. The darkness spread rapidly until it filled his entire eye sockets. With a soft sound, a lump of black fire suddenly burned on his body. Within the fire, Xinshang's body shook intensely like he was suffering from epilepsy. Saliva flowed out of his mouth as he bared his fangs and claws, screaming like a wild beast. The black fire on Xinshang's body was not eye-catching, but when it spread to the gray stone giant's hands, the gray stone giant roared in pain as it was burned. His hands started to melt after coming into contact with the black fire. They were completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned even colder. The black fire was strange and powerful. It was beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan immediately deactivated the ancient battle formation. The gray stone giant vanished, and 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the air. 2 of the immemorial year beasts lost their minds after coming into contact with the black fire. They rolled around in the air as they screamed in pain, struggling with all their might. The surviving 10 immemorial year beasts seemed to have seen their natural predator. Once they regained their freedom, they scattered in all directions in fear, getting as far away from the black fire as possible. Fang Yuan and Shin Songxing frowned deeply, their expressions grim. This lump of black fire was too strange. They could not find out what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, the two felt an intense sense of threat. This sense of threat even made their scalps go numb. The black fire was like the natural enemy of all life forms. The 2 immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire. They screamed as they fell from the sky. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition that once these 2 immemorial year beasts fell into the sea, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not make a move, instead controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat. Xinshang, who was no longer restrained by the gray stone giant, floated in the air, still laughing wildly like a madman. Shin Songxing called out to his ancestor a few times, but Shinshang turned a deaf ear. Seeing this strange situation, Shin Songxing also began to wisely retreat. Just as the two immemorial year beasts were about to touch the sea surface, a platinum pillar of light suddenly shot out from the underwater formation, supporting the two immemorial year beasts and raising them up. The remaining 40% of the underwater formation let out an unprecedented roar, operating at full power. The platinum pillar of light fiercely expanded, enveloping Shinshang. The black fire continued to burn on Shinshang and the two immemorial year beasts, but the platinum pillar of light firmly imprisoned them. Such a change stunned Shin Songxing. Fan Yuan suddenly made a move. The daybreak swords flew out again, piercing through the platinum pillar of light and stabbing Shinshang. Stop! Seeing his ancestor being attacked by Fan Yuan, Shin Songxing shouted anxiously. Fan Yuan sneered. The flying swords became even more ferocious. This strange black fire was clearly extremely dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that the underwater formation took the initiative to attack, as if it was afraid of the sea water touching the black fire. Shin Songxing could only watch helplessly. Fan Yuan had a thought. The flying swords flew out in two groups, attacking his immemorial year beasts. The black fire continued to burn under the attack of the daybreak swords. Its momentum decreased by a very small amount. Daybreak swords was a rank 8 killer move, but it was actually almost ineffective. Chapter 1922. This black fire can transform? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he shook his head. The silver-white water chi still had a strange aura. It did not belong to any path. The silver-white water chi did not seem to be any different from the black fire. Shinshang was still going crazy under it. The two immemorial year beasts were also howling in pain. Fan Yuan shot daybreak flying swords again, but found that the power of daybreak flying swords was actually strengthening the silver-white water chi, causing the latter to grow in size. Under his bewilderment, Fan Yuan immediately changed his attack style, and used wind blades to rush forward. The silver-white water chi was weakened again, but the weakening was still very small. After attacking for a while, the silver-white water chi turned into 3 whirlwinds that enveloped Shinshang and the two immemorial year beasts. Fan Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwinds and started to strengthen them again. Fan Yuan stopped after a while. He wisely started to change his methods. If it were other Gu immortals, they would have given up already, but Fan Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. He had an astonishing number of immortal Gu. He had many attainment levels in different paths. He could easily switch between them. The strange black fire continued to change under Fan Yuan's attacks, becoming smaller and smaller. The two immemorial year beasts were the first to die. Fan Yuan soon only had Shinshang as his target. Wait! Fan Yuan, I have a huge gift for you. Shin Songxing could not watch it anymore. He shouted. What made him overjoyed was that Fan Yuan actually stopped. Fan Yuan looked at Shin Songxing with a smile. Shin clan friend, you want me to let your ancestor go? After all, this is a demonic immortal. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him back then. You have seen his current state. He is insane like a beast. His mind is not clear. It is the same as described on the merit obelisk. You still want to save him? Shin Songxing was silent. He took a deep look at Shinshang, who was trapped in the light pillar, and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Shinshang fell into madness when I rescued him? What kind of price can you pay? Fan Yuan asked. What do you think of this? Shin Songxing took out an immortal material. This is a bag. The bag wasn't big, and it seemed like it could only fit an adult man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with vein patterns. These vein patterns looked like gems, but also like blue vortexes. If one looked closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like vortexes were constantly rotating. But when people came back to their senses, these lines were still lines, as if what they had just seen was just an illusion. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. So it's the stomach pouch of the sapphire raccoon. The treasure blue raccoon was an immemorial desolate beast. It often traveled between the eastern sea and the immemorial blue sky. Now, the immemorial blue sky had long since shattered, and the treasure blue fox was also extinct. In history, the Gu immortal who killed the most treasure blue raccoons was Old Immortal Kong Ju. Old Immortal Kong Ju was one of the 3 refinement path's supreme grandmasters, comparable to Long Hair Ancestor. The treasure blue raccoon that he coveted and acknowledged was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this stomach pouch was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path Dao marks and water path Dao marks. There was a universe inside that could store countless treasures. If a Gu immortal obtained it, they could fuse it into their immortal aperture and increase the space inside their grotto heaven. Precisely because of this characteristic, the treasure blue raccoon had always been hunted by Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange that the treasure blue raccoon went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue raccoon could be said to be its most valuable item. Moreover, with the current situation where the treasure blue raccoon was extinct, the value of this stomach pouch would rise by several times. Simply put, this was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and directly took this stomach pouch from Shin Songxing's hand. The stomach pouch was light and had a very smooth surface. Fan Yuan inspected it, and did not find any tampering. He openly placed the stomach pouch into his immortal aperture in front of Shin Songxing. Next, he smiled. "What else is there?" Shin Songxing breathed in deeply and took out a long black rod with great difficulty. "And this, catch it." He tossed the black rod to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan caught it. This rod was very heavy, but he had many strength path Dao marks on him. It was easy. He was not like Shin Songxing, who was a pure sound path Gu immortal. This black rod was taller than Fan Yuan by a head. It was as thick as a goose egg and had a rough surface. It was not light and seemed like a crudely made metal weapon. However, Fan Yuan could sense an intense aura of life from it. This was an immemorial desolate plant. But it had no roots or leaves, it only had a single tree trunk. At the top of the tree trunk, there were star marks. Some had 5 corners while others had 2. They were closely arranged and emitted faint starlight. "Falling star rod tree," Fan Yuan said. Shin Songxing nodded, praising. "Fan Yuan, your knowledge is truly admirable." This tree's growth conditions were still a mystery. It was extremely rare since ancient times. There were very few of them. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into the tree trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just in itself. When Gu immortals planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a system of stars. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. Like the treasure blue fox's stomach, Fan Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into his immortal aperture again. His expression was so natural that Shin Songxing almost had an illusion. It was as if this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fan Yuan to begin with. "What else?" Fan Yuan smiled. "These alone are not enough to exchange for a rank 8 great expert." Shin Songxing gritted his teeth, saying with a pained expression, "I believe this immortal material is enough to satisfy you." This time, he took out a lump of water. The water was bound into a lump. It continued to create waves. The waves were not only on the surface of the water, even the inside of the water was surging endlessly. Even though there were countless waves, there was no chaos. The waves advanced and retreated in unison. They advanced at one moment and retreated at the next. They advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion. Fan Yuan saw this and his eyes shined, saying solemnly, "Advancing and retreating tidal water." That's right, this was one of the 3 waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. Just this alone far surpassed the sum of the treasure blue fox's stomach and the falling star rod tree. Not to mention it had many other uses. "I have a total of 12 portions of advancing and retreating tidal water. I can give them all to you." Shin Songxing stated his price. Fan Yuan could not help but sigh. Shin Clan is indeed worthy of being a super force of Eastern Sea. Your assets are truly impressive. Shin Songxing smiled. Thank you for your praise. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan said, but this is not enough. Not enough? Shin Songxing's pupils shrunk. His expression was unsightly. Fan Yuan sneered, activating Daybreak Sword again and again, stabbing Xinshang. Xinshang was still roaring crazily. Shin Songxing looked at his ancestor being abused and gritted his teeth. Ancestor has gone crazy. He is not a complete rank 8 Gu immortal, we both know this. But just like what you said earlier, he should still have moments where he does not go crazy, right? Fan Yuan was still sneering. Fan Yuan! Shin Songxing shouted. What? Fan Yuan waved his hand. A large number of daybreak flying swords shot towards Xinshang. Shin Songxing almost crushed his teeth. All right, what other requests do you have, Immortal Gu? I am not so greedy. Fan Yuan shook his head, saying calmly, the immortal materials I want are not the 3 you gave me. Their ranks are too high. I need a large number of rank 7 and rank 6 immortal materials. The more the better, and the larger the scale, the better. Shin Clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea. It controls 7 large sea areas and hundreds or thousands of small and medium sea areas. It is likely that there will be 2 rank 8s in the future. You won't reject such a small request, right? Of course. I won't. Shin Songxing's expression was grim. Then what can our Shin Clan get? A crazy rank 8? And he even has a hidden danger. And this danger is something that even the benevolent Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to eliminate. Shin Songxing was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's benefits, his rationality was almost cold. Needless to say, Xinshang's madness caused his value to plummet to rock bottom. Moreover, the terrifying hidden dangers he carried made his value almost drop into the negatives. Shin Clan needed rank 8s, the more the better. But they were not rank 8s with no rationality. Without rationality, they could not differentiate between friend and foe. These rank 8s were only a burden. They were the laughingstock of others. They might even cause Shin Clan to suffer a calamity because of their reckless slaughter. As for Xinshang's hidden danger, Shin Songxing was worried about it. He did not have any confidence that he could get rid of this hidden danger. Thus, when he took out these 3 invaluable resources to exchange for Xinshang, his sincerity was evident. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, pointing at Xinshang. He is your ancestor, you spent so much effort to save him. Saying so, he paused. Of course, what you can get is not just this. You will also obtain my friendship. Oh? Shin Songxing immediately showed an expression of interest. What do you mean? In the current world, Earth veins are constantly moving, the 5 regions are united, it will definitely be a chaotic era. Even though Shin Clan is in Eastern Sea, it is not a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources, its wealth moves people's hearts. Even when the 5 regional walls existed, Gu immortals came here continuously, not to mention in the future. Fan Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In this situation, what use is the division of righteous path and demonic path? If Shin Clan and I join hands, it will be a strong cooperation. Of course, we can hide this cooperation. Your clan has deep financial resources, while I have more freedom. Central Continent's strength far surpasses the 4 regions. When they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shin Clan surrender or remain independent? Even if they surrender, will Eastern Sea's super forces surrender? Thus, there will never be a lack of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare. It is truly a fortuitous encounter for us to meet here. Fighting is harmful to both of us. Helping each other is a win-win situation. Right in front of us is Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and Xinshang. Far away is Central Continent's Eastern Sea, the situation of the world. Chapter 1923. Fan Yuan's words made Shin Songxing silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes, he floated in the air and fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan stopped using his daybreak sword, letting him think quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war was already foreseen by all the super forces. Shin Clan was a super force in Eastern Sea. But in this chaotic situation, they were like a boat in a raging sea. Shin Tsung-shing was not muddle-headed. Just like him, any leader with foresight would be thinking about where their own forces should go. This was a huge change. If they were not careful, the waves of the Great Era would drown all those who did not understand the situation. This naturally included superforces. Looking at history, even in peaceful eras, countless superforces had died. Moreover, with the appearance of venerables in this Great Era, the original order was almost completely overturned. During this period, superforces were continuously destroyed, and the structure of the 5 regions would definitely change beyond recognition. How could they survive in such an era? This was what every Gu immortal with foresight was thinking about. Should he cooperate with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shin Tsung-shing was considering now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was completely qualified to cooperate with Shin Clan. In fact, Shin Shang was a little worried that Shin Clan did not have the qualifications, because he was not Fang Yuan's match. But if he rescued Shin Shang and resolved his hidden problem, adding on Shin Clan's immortal Gu house, and cooperating with Fang Yuan, Shin Tsung-shing would have confidence. Shin Tsung-shing knew Shin Clan needed external help like Fang Yuan. It might not be possible during peaceful times, but in the future 5 regions chaotic war, Shin Clan was likely to face danger. It was a matter of life and death. At this time, Fang Yuan was unreliable. It would be good if he did not kick them while they were down. Shin Tsung-shing was clear about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what if Shin Clan had to deal with a super force of the same level? For example, Xia Clan, Kai Clan, Hua Clan, Tang Clan, and even Song Clan. The Shin family was located in the hinterland of the East Sea and was surrounded by behemoths. It was as if they were surrounded. If they didn't find a direction to break out of, if they didn't grow, they would probably become food for others during the 5 regions chaotic war. Under such circumstances, if the Shin family was able to pay a large amount of resources in exchange for a powerful helper like Fang Yuan, what was wrong with that? Fang Yuan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house and many venerable inheritances. He could trample on Celestial Court time and time again. Not only was the Shin family in need of such a powerful force, but it was also what every superpower needed. If they didn't rope in Fang Yuan now, what would they do when the surrounding forces joined them in the future? In the current situation, Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Celestial Court. He needed a large number of low-rank immortal materials. This was the best chance to rope him in. Just like what Fang Yuan had said, this was an opportunity for the Shin family and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan had too many risks. For example, if he cheated in the future, he would be free. Even Celestial Court could not do anything to him. What could the Shin family do to him? Moreover, they could not establish an information path alliance here. Both sides lacked trust. But in fact, even if there was an alliance agreement, could it not be broken? What if Fang Yuan cheated in the future? As long as both sides cooperated, they would both benefit from it. Why would Fang Yuan cheat? There was definitely a risk, but was there anything in this world that had no risk? The risk was secondary, the benefits were the most important. Shin Tsung-shing was not interested in doing things with high risk and low benefits. But Shin Tsung-shing would never resist doing things with high risk and high benefits. And what Shin Tsung-shing admired the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but the fact that he could share missions with Miao Ming-shin and himself. From this, Shin Tsung-shing could see that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He had rationality, he had the thoughts of the righteous path. After thinking for a long time, Shin Tsung-shing nodded with a solemn expression. This is an opportunity for both of us. All right, why not take a gamble? In the future, we will either advance or fall behind. If Ancestor Shin Shang regains his rationality, I will urge him not to find trouble with you again. These are all the low-rank immortal materials that I can take out now, please accept them. Shin Tsung-shing showed his sincerity again. Fang Yuan stored them all in his immortal aperture. He did not activate Daybreak Sword anymore. He retreated slowly. All right. Shin, I will go and take away the underwater formation. Even though Fan Yuan spent a lot of effort to take away the underwater formation, he succeeded in the end. Fan Yuan stabbed Xinshang, even though the platinum light pillar did not stop him. Daybreak's sword still caused damage to the light pillar, and damaged the underwater formation. The underwater formation only had 40% of its original strength left. After Xinshang broke out of it, there was a huge flaw in it. When Fan Yuan attacked, he saw cracks everywhere. If he continued before Xinshang died, the underwater formation would collapse first. Once it collapsed, the immortal goo inside might be implicated. As for which immortal goo would be damaged or destroyed, Fan Yuan could not decide. If regret goo was destroyed, Fan Yuan's plan would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fan Yuan and Shen Songxing cooperated. The formation was taken away by Fan Yuan, the platinum light pillar dissipated, Xinshang regained his freedom. Ancestor! Shen Songxing shouted as he retreated. Fan Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship as he retreated cautiously. Xinshang was still screaming, he was in a frenzied state, there was no sign of him waking up. Shen Songxing, do you need help? Fan Yuan asked. No need. Shen Songxing stared at Xinshang. The other party's state made him unable to figure out what to do. Let's wait for Ancestor to wake up on his own. All right. Fan Yuan said as he moved myriad year flying warship even further away. Right at this time, Xinshang suddenly moved. His body shot out like an arrow. Ancestor! Shen Songxing shouted as he chased. Fan Yuan also controlled myriad year flying warship to chase. But Xinshang was extremely fast. Myriad year flying warship was only slightly faster. Fan Yuan did not dare to use myriad year flying warship to block Xinshang. Using this gap, Xinshang flew out of regret crying sea area completely. Shen Songxing and Fan Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Songxing's expression was ashen, he almost cursed out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method, he had already experienced it before. It was to prevent foreign goo immortals from roaming around, thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Xinshang, but it obstructed Fan Yuan and Shen Songxing. The two could only watch as Xinshang flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fan Yuan sighed. Shen Songxing's expression was stiff. After gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fan Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fan Yuan consoled. Brother Shen, don't worry too much. Although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings. There will definitely be more missions, like this time, to eliminate your ancestor Xinshang. Fan Yuan's words were reasonable. Shen Songxing nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Mingshen and the rest, including Zhengluo Zi and Tu Tu Tuo. The other group was Shen Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in Regret Crying Sea. That's right, the other party is Fan Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again, he is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals who can help each other. Especially with Ancestor Xinshang, Fan Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fan Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He cannot fight against Fan Yuan. Sigh. Shen Clan's Gu immortals discussed softly, while Miao Mingshen's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk. They were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed, Fan Yuan and Shen Songxing appeared. We are back! Why don't I see Ancestor Xinshang? Fan Yuan is still alive, Oh no! The immortals' hearts shook, their expressions changed. Fan Yuan, thank you for your information, it saved me a lot of trouble. Shen Songxing sighed. Fan Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. This is my sincerity. I said it before, if we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again, they were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The two of you were fighting earlier, why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is Ancestor Xinshang? The Gu immortals were shocked. Shen Songxing laughed loudly. I have already reached an agreement with Fan Yuan, we will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Shen Songxing nodded, emphasizing. This is the agreement I made, hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder this. The immortals looked at each other. Shen Songxing's expression turned solemn as he said. This is an order. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were speechless. What was going on? My dear First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were suspecting that the First Supreme Elder in front of them was controlled by Fan Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals dilly-dallied, but they finally took out their immortal materials and handed them to Fan Yuan on the spot. Fan Yuan smiled as he accepted them one by one. He knew that these Shen Clan Gu immortals would not hand over all of their immortal materials, but it did not matter. Fan Yuan's Gu refinement deficit was more than half filled. After the Shen Clan Gu immortals handed over the immortal materials, Shen Songxing looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. We want them too? Ren Xiaoping could not believe it, his expression was dark. Shen Songxing's gaze was cold as he nodded. Shen Clan will definitely repay you. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed out loud. Your Shen Clan agreed to cooperate with Fan Yuan, what does that have to do with me? I am relying on you, but you are doing this to me. What the hell? Shen Songxing saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled. Do you not believe me? Even if you do not believe me, my Shen Clan's reputation is not worth your trust? Lord, don't blame me, of course I believe you. I just did not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed heartily, enduring the pain as he handed over most of the immortal materials to Fan Yuan. Chapter 1924. Seeing that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were not spared, they had to give their immortal materials to Fan Yuan. Miao Mingxin and the rest became nervous. If Fan Yuan extorted them, what would they do? Reject him? I'm afraid it won't work. Miao Mingxin and the rest could not stay in this dragon whale paradise forever. They still had to cultivate in Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fan Yuan to demand immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion. For the sake of the future, Miao Mingxin and the rest would still lower their heads. In this world, strength came first before reason. Right when Miao Mingxin and the rest were mentally prepared, Fan Yuan did not look at them, he turned around and looked at the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing also seemed to have forgotten about Miao Mingxin's group. Only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua looked at Miao Mingxin's group. The former had hatred in his eyes while the latter had complex emotions. Fan Yuan looked at the merit obelisk's surface. Undeniably, the mission to eliminate demonic immortal Xinshang that he had accepted earlier had completely failed. On the merit obelisk, this mission had disappeared. Not just that, Fan Yuan found that his merit points had been deducted by a large amount. The others were not spared either, they all had their merit points deducted. First Supreme Elder, your merit points! Shen Clan's Gu immortals cried out in shock. Shen Songxing's expression was dark and solemn. His merit points were the most heavily deducted, much more than Fan Yuan's. Even though Fan Yuan fell from first to last, his merit points were still in single digits. Shen Songxing's merit points, however, were in the negatives. This situation made Fan Yuan very surprised. After all, in the previous life, such a strange phenomenon did not occur. Brother Shen, it seems that because you destroyed the underwater formation and released Xinshang, the merit obelisk punished you severely. As for me, I slacked off and even took away the underwater array, so my merit was severely deducted, Fan Yuan analyzed. At this time, Shen Songxing's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. I just received a message from the merit monument. I have to return my merit to above 0 within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll be kicked out of the Dragon Whale Paradise, and won't have the qualifications to enter again. But Fan Yuan's heart moved. He had wisdom path attainment. He immediately analyzed the information behind these words. Looks like the Dragon Whale Paradise can still be explored many times. Will we ever have a chance to come in again? But how do I get in? The biggest problem was finding the location of the Dragon Whale Paradise in time. Fan Yuan glanced at Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin can sense the blue dragon whale's location. Is this the qualification and opportunity that I have? Before this, Fan Yuan had already made some deductions. Miao Mingxin's method to sense the blue dragon whale was very mystical. Fan Yuan could not see anything wrong with it. After all, Fan Yuan had broad horizons. He cultivated many paths and had high attainment levels in many paths, while Miao Mingxin cultivated space path. His sensing method was different. This was very strange. Because it was too strange, Fan Yuan had to be cautious. He did not interrogate Miao Mingxin about this sensing method. But now, all the clues showed that this sensing method was not his own ability. It came from the Dragon Whale Paradise itself, from the merit obelisk. Shin Songxing looked at his merit points as he frowned. The numbers were too glaring. He walked towards the merit obelisk first. Fan Yuan, my time is limited. I won't talk to you anymore. Fan Yuan nodded. Brother Shin, please go ahead. If you need help, leave an information path goo worm under the obelisk. I will help you with all my strength. The immortals behind him had strange expressions as they saw the two getting along so well. Shin Songxing was the leader of the righteous path, while Fan Yuan was the publicly recognized demon of the 5 regions. Was it really okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship and be so open and above board? Shin Songxing heard Fan Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed in Fan Yuan's sincerity, but he also believed that the price to ask for Fan Yuan's help would be very high. Thus, if he could resolve this crisis himself, he would rather resolve it himself. Shin Songxing quickly took a mid-sized mission and vanished. For Shin Songxing, this scale of mission was the most efficient way to gain merit points. Fan Yuan was the second to approach the merit obelisk. He chose a large-scale mission. A large-scale immortal goo recycling mission. At the next moment, he found a new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission required him to recycle the immortal goo. It was the batch he had obtained from dismantling the underwater formation. Fan Yuan looked at the mission details. This mission was very rich. It listed the price of each immortal goo in detail. Fan Yuan counted the quantity. It was exactly the same as what he had obtained. Next, he looked at it carefully and found that this mission was simply made for him by the merit obelisk. Honestly speaking, when Fan Yuan dismantled the formation and plundered it, he had not looked at the immortal goo he obtained. Now that he looked at the mission details, it was much easier and more accurate than if he had thought about it himself. Fan Yuan learned from this that among the immortal goo he obtained this time, there were 3 rank 8 immortal goo, most rank 7 immortal goo were rank 6 immortal goo, followed by rank 6 immortal goo. The price of each immortal goo was very high. Even the lowest rank 6 immortal goo was worth more than 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him gasped in shock. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, the immortals had all sorts of expressions. Some were filled with envy and jealousy. They could not conceal their benefits. According to this exchange, Fan Yuan only needed to hand over 1 rank 6 immortal goo and he would obtain more than 10,000 merit points. This huge amount of merit points was far more than what Fan Yuan had accumulated in the past. All right. They had used their strength to control the refinement path supplementary formation earlier. After the battle started, they had to dodge the shockwaves, expending a lot of immortal essence and feeling fearful. This mission to exterminate the demonic immortal failed. They did not gain anything at all. But look at Fan Yuan. His gains were a large number of immortal goo. If he exchanged them for merit points, the value would be unimaginable. There would be no harm without comparison. The immortals felt stifled in their hearts. They were indignant and even resentful. but they did not dare to be impudent in front of this demon, Fan Yuan. Miao Mingxun and the rest were still fine, but Shin Clan's Gu immortals, Ren Xiuping, and Tong Hua felt like they were wrong. You only lost some immortal essence, what about us? We even handed over most of our immortal materials. What the hell was this? There were no gains and we had to pay for it. This was a terrible experience. Fan Yuan did not want to hand over a single immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, there would be no other opportunities like this. If he wanted merit points, he could continue earning them. Why was there a need to give up precious immortal Gu for instant benefits? These immortal Gu were mostly Earth Path. For ordinary Gu immortals, they did not fit their path. They needed resources to raise them, they would naturally want to give them away. But Fan Yuan was different. Chapter 1925. Fan Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 immortal Gu houses. Right now, he had already built Myriad Year Flying Warship and Cooking Luck Pot. Only the final immortal Gu house was left. Even though he obtained immortal Gu houses like Divine Beam Palace and Dragon Palace during this process. But these immortal Gu houses were placed in the hands of the clone. They were crucial to Fan Yuan's plans. They were either used to suppress the situation or to change the overall situation. And most importantly, Divine Beam Palace and Dragon Palace were not suitable for Fan Yuan's plans. In Fan Yuan's original plan, he needed an immortal Gu house to focus on defense. Myriad Year Flying Warship specialized in speed, it made up for Fan Yuan's weakness in movement, it also took care of the strategic location of the River of Time. Cooking Luck Pot was supplementary. Qin Dingling had yet to be born when he designed it. Fan Yuan wanted to use it to bully the weak celestial court and expand his advantage. As for the 3rd immortal Gu house, Fan Yuan used it for defense and healing. The battle to repair fate was extremely intense. It would be hard to find time to rest after the battle. Fan Yuan needed an immortal Gu house that could defend effectively on the battlefield and give him precious time to rest when necessary. This immortal Gu house could even defend against venerables to a certain extent. Earth Path is thick, it is good for defense. I will use these Earth Path immortal Gu to build the 3rd immortal Gu house, it is perfect. Fan Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fan Yuan did not know that Wu Shuai's clone already had the method to build an Earth Path immortal Gu house through the Dream Realm exploration. This immortal Gu house was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was suitable for his current needs. It was just that even though Fan Yuan and the clone had the same attainment level, they needed to communicate their memories to learn from each other. Eventually, Fan Yuan received a large-scale mission to combine 2 sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fan Yuan was not in a hurry, he turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Mingxun was the first to react, he walked forward. Gui Qi and the others who were behind him naturally followed suit. What about you? Fan Yuan asked the Shin Clan Gu immortals. Shin Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. They had fallen out with Fan Yuan before, so it was hard for them to change their mindset in such a short time. Shin Clan's Gu immortals were not like Miao Mingxun's group, the latter had tasted the benefits of working with Fan Yuan. However, their first mission with Fan Yuan had already gone wrong. Shin Xiao shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Let's take a look first. Shin Xiao tactfully rejected Fan Yuan. The other Shin Clan Gu immortals did not object to this. Fan Yuan didn't mind. He smiled at the other two and said, Fellow Taoist Ren Xiuping? Immortal friend Tong Hua? What do you think? Ren Xiuping's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything and just shook his head. Tong Hua, on the other hand, seemed to be startled and had no intention of moving. Regarding their attitude, Fan Yuan had expected it. After all, he had just taken their immortal material inventory. From this, Shin Songxing's methods could be seen. Shin Songxing ordered Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua to hand over their immortal materials to Fan Yuan. It seemed like he was making their relationship awkward, but the truth was that these two had no choice but to rely on Shin Clan. After all, they were still hoping that after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise, Shin Clan would fulfill their agreement and compensate for their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, This was also a method for Shen Songxing to teach Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua a lesson. He wanted to make them understand who was the master and who was the subordinate. In Dragon Whale Paradise, you need to listen to my Shen clan, you need to listen even more after leaving. Since you boarded my Shen clan's boat, you want to leave? Hee, it won't be so easy. Fan Yuan naturally knew about Shen Songxing's scheme, but he did not expose it. It did not matter if Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua were taken by Shen Songxing, they were not Fan Yuan's core benefits. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already gathering and accumulating strength. Fan clan took an old ghost by June and Eagle concubine. What was wrong with Shen clan taking in Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing. It directly unified Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Using Huang Jin's super forces as the main theme, it wanted to take in all the Northern Plains' lone cultivators and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they had already done this. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were the lower echelons of the Celestial Court. They had firm control over Central Continent. Even some Gu immortals and super forces were basically subordinate to the 10 great ancient sects. They were controlled and supervised by them. Eventually, Fan Yuan brought Miao Mingxun and the rest to the mission location. He floated in the sky and looked down. The immortals saw 2 sea areas, one blue and one green. The blue sea was tall while the green sea was low. Large amounts of seawater flowed down from the blue sea into the green sea. The 2 seawater did not mix. At the place where the sea areas intersected, the blue and green seawater collided with each other, creating a sizzling sound. A vast amount of clouds and mist rose endlessly. At the place where the 2 sea areas intersected, there were no fish or insects. Life was rare. It was almost a forbidden land. Evidently, there was a huge problem with the ecology. Fan Yuan sighed. It is not easy to unite the 2 sea areas. We need to consider all aspects. We can explore and gather information on our own. After that, we can discuss and come up with a plan. Miao Mingxun nodded. That makes sense. Fan Yuan looked at Miao Mingxun and smiled at him. Even though his identity was exposed, Miao Mingxun actually cooperated with him. He was able to quickly change his attitude and continue to follow Fan Yuan from a lower position. This showed his magnanimity. The immortals split up and flew around, investigating on their own. Only Fan Yuan stayed on the spot. He used investigative methods while splitting a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In the previous life, he followed Regret Pool's plan and used Regret Gu as the core to construct the refinement path formation. This time, it was not so troublesome. Fan Yuan annexed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. He had the outstanding long hair refinement path formation. What he needed to do now was to add Regret Gu into this formation. The formation needed to be adjusted, but Fan Yuan had already deduced it in advance. Right now, he only needed to stay here and place Regret Gu in the empty core position. Lord, Fan Yuan is a demon of the present age, aren't we too close to him? While investigating, Gui Qi flew to Miao Mingxun's side with a worried expression. Miao Mingxun patted Gui Qi's shoulder. Old Gui, you want to ask me why I treat Fan Yuan with such an attitude, almost like I am his subordinate, right? Gui Qi smiled embarrassedly. Lord is wise. Miao Mingxun's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I have no choice. This is the first time I entered Dragon Whale Paradise, but an accident occurred. Now that Shen clan has discovered this place, do you think they will let go of this treasure land and allow us to explore it again in the future? According to the nature of a superclan, of course they will take it for themselves, Gui Qi said without hesitation. That's right. Bright light flashed in Miao Mingxun's eyes. If we go out this time, we will definitely be suppressed by Shen clan and forced to surrender. If we can't, we will be killed. But now, other than submitting to Shen clan, we have another choice. Lord is referring to Fan Yuan? I understand, Lord is thinking far ahead. I am slow-witted. Gui Qi realized at once. As a lone immortal, he knew that Dragon Whale Paradise was a treasure land that Shen clan would definitely attack in the future. One Ren Xiuping was a strong enemy, not to mention the superforce Shen clan. Miao Mingxing chose to submit to Fan Yuan because he wanted to use his reputation to protect himself, to preserve his freedom as a lone immortal. In the future, if Shen clan wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider Fan Yuan's feelings. In the worst case, he would give up on his lone immortal status and submit to Shen clan or Fan Yuan. This would give him some space to maneuver. Unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua, who submitted to Shen clan so early. Without any external pressure, Shen clan would be able to completely suppress them. If Shen Songxing asked them to hand over the immortal materials, could they refuse? Would they dare to refuse? When the immortals gathered around Fan Yuan had already placed Regret Gu in place. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man Gu immortals had already gathered. They were sharpening their blades and had high morale. They were planning to refine it. Fan Yuan's time path clone was organizing the immortal material inventory. He was modifying the immortal Gu recipe according to the current immortal materials. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had to do it himself, but now, with the help of the entire Langya sect, he did not need to interfere. Thus, he saved a lot of time. Chapter 1926. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The long hair refinement path formation buzzed, fire surged into the sky inside the formation, waves of heat spread everywhere. A rank 6 immortal Gu was bathed in the fire, floating in the air, its surface was melting like wax. Stabilize! Land Spirit of Langya was in charge of the formation, he called out. Open the door, put in the immortal materials. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of the other formation cores immediately opened the door. Thus, balls of dog poop slowly flew out from the warehouse door. These dog feces were all immortal materials. Some were shining with starlight, like blue diamonds. They were the feces of the star desolate hound. Some had sharp spikes on the surface. They were the feces of the remnant heavenly hound. Some were white and flawless like white jade. They were the feces of the jade statue white hound. The star desolate hound was a desolate beast. The remnant heavenly hound and the jade statue white hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog feces flew into the fire, melting rapidly. Some turned into smoke, some into liquid. The formation activated. The three hairy man Gu immortals worked together to deal with these dog feces immortal materials. First, smoke spread, attaching to the surroundings of the rank 6 immortal Gu. Next, liquid flowed and gathered into one. Land Spirit of Langya took action at the later stage of the Gu refinement. It was terrifyingly stable. However, right when it was about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material was fused, something unexpected happened. The fire changed color, the rank 7 incomplete immortal Gu inside quickly crumbled. Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly activated the formation. Regret Gu worked, the color of the fire in the formation changed back to normal. Not just that, the rank 7 incomplete immortal Gu also returned to normal. All that was lost was that final portion of immortal material. The hairy men quickly stabilized their emotions, continuing to refine Gu. After 15 minutes, the fire in the formation dissipated. The rank 6 immortal Gu successfully advanced to rank 7. Rank 7, Dog Feces Luck. The hairy man Gu immortals were very excited. Land Spirit of Langya was also filled with emotions. Their refinement path strength was already unparalleled in the world. Now that they had Regret Gu, they were like dragons flying in the sky. Their advantage was unstoppable. At the same time, in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fan Yuan sat on the clouds, watching Miao Mingxin fly up and down with Feng Jiang and the rest. The ecology of the two seas had more or less been adjusted. The final obstacle was that between the two great sea regions, there was still a shattered space. Miao Mingxin was trying his best to get rid of this void. As long as he could get rid of it, the two sea regions would be able to unite harmoniously. Miao Mingxin was a space path Gu immortal. Dealing with this shattered space was his specialty. Fan Yuan and the others were happy to be free. Oh? Dog shit luck immortal Gu also succeeded. Good progress. Fan Yuan sensed the movements in the sovereign immortal aperture. While his main body was doing the merit mission, the sovereign immortal aperture had already refined 3 immortal Gu. The progress could be said to be very fast. Ordinary goo immortals used years to refine goo. They had to be careful and cautious during the process. The risks were huge. Fan Yuan's current situation was completely different. Land Spirit of Langia, Hairy Man goo immortals, long hair refinement path formation, regret goo, and abundant immortal materials allowed him to refine goo with ease. The 3 immortal goo that were successfully refined were luck path. They were obtained by Fan Yuan after he dismantled cooking luck pot. Luck path was the focus now. The newly refined dog shit luck immortal goo was once Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal goo. It had extremely powerful supplementary abilities. But it had always been at rank 6, it could not be used. Now that it was rank 7, it could finally be used. Fan Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now. He had higher requirements for immortal goo. He needed suitable high rank immortal goo. Rank 6 was too low, rank 7 was barely enough, rank 8 was the most suitable. But Fan Yuan did not have the resources to refine rank 8 immortal goo. The investment was too huge, the risk was too high, it was likely that it would all be for naught. After all, he was not cultivating freely, the external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate goo, his situation would only worsen. Right now, he could barely use rank 7 immortal goo. Furthermore, these rank 7 luck path immortal goo needed to be refined into cooking luck pot again. Rank 7 cooking luck pot could also affect rank 8 immortal goo. Ha! Miao Mingxin suddenly shouted, interrupting Fan Yuan's thoughts. Miao Mingxin spewed out an azure light halo. The light spread out, everywhere it went, the shattered space was smoothed out, the space was unified, there was no longer any difference. Lord has amazing methods! Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was officially over. Miao Ming has amazing methods, I cannot compare to you. Fan Yuan did not stint on his praise. He had Space Path Immortal Goo and many Space Path methods. He even had killer moves of other paths that could imitate the power of Space Path. But compared to Miao Mingxin, even if Fan Yuan achieved this result, he would have to expend much more than Miao Mingxin. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Miao Mingxin cultivated Space Path. While Fan Yuan had invested very little in Space Path, he had little progress. Miao Mingxin quickly cupped his fists. Lord is too kind, Mingxin is ashamed. Fan Yuan exchanged some more pleasantries. The immortals returned to the merit obelisk. In this mission, Fan Yuan took the biggest share again. Miao Mingxin was second. Fan Yuan's merit ranking rose again, he reached the top. Miao Mingxin and the rest were speechless. They saw that Fan Yuan's ranking kept jumping up and down like a monkey. First place and last place were the 2 positions that this monkey occupied the most. But Fan Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other Goo Immortals' merit points also started to accumulate. If Fan Yuan's merit points continued to fall, it would not be easy for him to climb back to first place. He continued to accept missions and complete them. Fan Yuan's merit points continued to rise, it was increasing steadily. Miao Mingxin and the rest were relying on him. Fan Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to deal with the main problem, while they cleaned up Fan Yuan's mess. This kind of cooperation allowed Fan Yuan to maintain his position at the top. It was getting firmer and firmer. Miao Mingxin's group also benefited from this. Their merit points gradually surpassed Shen Clan's Goo Immortals. They became the second group. And the first group naturally only had Fan Yuan. Shen Songxing did not ask Fan Yuan for help. He completed many mid-sized missions within the time limit and returned to the right track. His luck was quite good. He received 1 or 2 Sound Path missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated Sound Path, he had many methods to imitate the power of other paths. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 after all. His cultivation level and methods were all there. When Shen Songxing's ranking rose to the middle, Fan Yuan's Calamity Luck Altar was assembled again. Rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar. This was a top-grade Immortal Goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal himself. It could already affect rank 8s. The first thing Fan Yuan did was to check his luck. Boom! He heard a loud explosion. Fan Yuan raised his head and saw a huge pillar of fire clouds. It was burning fiercely as it soared into the sky. It looked like it was going to prop up heaven and earth. His luck was like a huge pillar. It was burning intensely. The flames were blood red. On the surface of the pillar, there were many flames with traces of black at the end. I have rank 8 strength. My battle strength rivals Duke Long. I also have a large number of immortal goo houses, and killer moves, thus my luck is extremely vast. The flames are blood red, it represents slaughter. The tail of the flames is black, it represents the death tribulation. The black chi of the death tribulation is spreading on the surface of the pillar, it means that the death came from the outside. It is undoubtedly the celestial court. The celestial court has not repaired Fate Gu yet. Once it succeeds, the black death chi will expand by many times. It will eventually corrode my entire luck pillar. Fan Yuan looked at it carefully. Inside the pillar of fire, there were all sorts of images appearing as the flames burned. At times it was a red lotus, at times it was a white crane, at times it was a beast phantom, at times it was soil. Fan Yuan was about to investigate further when his vision blurred. Immediately, his body and mind shook, he felt a sweetness in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fan Yuan quickly healed his injuries. He looked up and saw a cooking luck pot floating above him. It was filled with luck. There was a huge crack on the outside that was leaking luck out. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. His luck was too strong, even the rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar could barely take a peek at it. If he peeked for too long, not only would he suffer a backlash, Calamity Luck Altar would also be damaged. The newly constructed Calamity Luck Altar had to be repaired. The crack was huge, the damage was not light. If left alone, the crack would continue to expand. He had to repair it immediately. Observing his luck, Fan Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was excellent. This was not strange. He had a deep foundation and also had luck path attainment. He was worried that the hidden danger had already appeared. If he did not stop Fate Gu's repair, Fan Yuan's crisis would become greater. Secondly, even though the fire cloud pillar was burning intensely, it was only temporary. This kind of burning luck might be invincible for a short period of time, but it would not last long. After it was completely burned, there would be a period of low luck. But that was in the distant future. Fan Yuan deduced, at least when Central Continent repaired Fate Gu, his luck would maintain this state, it might even strengthen further. Fan Yuan continued to accept missions, while the Refinement Path Gu Immortals and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture started to refine Strength Path Immortal Gu. Missions to clear the black fire appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Xinshang escaped regret-crying sea area, but he was still going crazy. He unconsciously harmed the surrounding environment. Fan Yuan was very interested in this strange black fire. He immediately accepted it and went to investigate. But there was still no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even if it was just a small lump, it could change shape under the effect of killer moves and last for a long time. Missions to exterminate the black fire appeared one after another. They were completed by Fan Yuan, Shen Songxing, and the rest. Have you noticed, these missions are getting rarer recently? On this day, Shen Songxing dealt with the black fire while conversing with Fan Yuan. Your ancestor, Xinshang, is probably going to regain his senses. According to the locations of these missions, we can deduce his approximate route. Fan Yuan analyzed. Yes. Shen Songxing had a look of anticipation. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu Immortal flew over from the horizon. Who else could it be but Xinshang? Ancestor, this is great. You finally regained your senses. I have already discussed with Fan Yuan. We will work together. Shen Songxing was overjoyed. He quickly went to welcome him. Chapter 1927. For superclans, there were no eternal friends or enemies in this world. This was the way of survival for superforces. If they did not follow this principle, superforces would not survive for long. Shin Clan was naturally not such a force, because it had existed even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had grown during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era and had existed for a long time. As a former member of Shin Clan, Xinshang did not object to the alliance between Shin Clan and Fan Yuan. He was even happy about it. Because there were no formation path Gu immortals among this group of people from Shin Clan. Xinshang wanted to use the formation to seal himself. He naturally had to use Fan Yuan's method. Hearing Xinshang's words, Shin Songxing's expression turned a little strange. He had spent a lot of effort to save his ancestor, but now, his ancestor was requesting to be sealed by the formation again. However, Shin Songxing understood the reason. He kept silent and looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Xinshang, although your clan has allied with me, the underwater formation's immortal Gu already belong to me. Now you want me to contribute these immortal Gu to construct an immortal formation to seal you. This request is quite difficult for me. Shin Songxing quickly said. This can be discussed, Fan Yuan. We can even exchange immortal Gu. At this point, he saw that Xinshang had regained his rationality. He naturally did not want to give up. Fan Yuan shook his head. His expression was solemn. Shin Songxing, have you forgotten what our mission was? The mission clearly stated that we need to eliminate the demonic immortal inside the formation, which is Xinshang. What does this mean? Fan Yuan paused before continuing. This means that the Merit Obelisk does not think highly of Xinshang. It thinks that his problem is too severe to be salvaged. Even if I reconstruct the formation, it will not help. Shin Songxing's expression changed slightly. He was about to persuade him, but was stopped by Xinshang's hand. Xinshang smiled at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you don't need to worry about this. I am not asking you to contribute immortal Gu. The Gu worms used to construct the immortal formation are all from me. Watch. Saying that, he took out an immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The immortal Gu looked like a silkworm. It was light yellow in color and curled up into a ball, making it look even more delicate and cute. I'm afraid Shin Songxing has already roughly explained my situation to you. Xinshang explained to Fan Yuan. I am most proficient in healing methods. This is the human path immortal Gu I created back then, heal injuries. With this as the core, I later developed a human path killer move called Heal the Wounded and Rescue the Dying. As long as the difficulty is not high, I can even revive a dead person on the spot. Fan Yuan looked at the Gu worm in front of him, and could not help but be shocked. This was clearly a pure human path immortal Gu, and what was even more shocking was that this was a genuine rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 human path immortal Gu. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Xinshang smiled faintly and said, Did you realize that the human path is the most effective way to deal with the black fire? Shin Songxing shook his head. We have not realized this, but we know that even healing killer moves have an effect on the black fire. There is no difference in using offensive or healing killer moves against the black fire. Xinshang nodded. Watch. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body. Seeing that he was preparing a killer move, the surrounding Gu immortals quickly retreated with vigilance. After Xinshang regained his senses, he did not have any intention to harm them. He slowly opened his palm and aimed at the black fire. Suddenly, a stream of light yellow light shot out from his palm. The light surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but it eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire lasted for a while in the yellow light before quickly dissipating. Xinshang stopped his killer move and said to the immortals, You saw it earlier, this is my killer move, heal the wounded and rescue the dying. As expected, human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire. Seeing was believing, Fan Yuan immediately nodded, acknowledging Xinshang's words. As expected, Shin Songxing said joyfully. The underwater battle earlier was an earth path immortal formation. It was hard to resolve the problem with Ancestor's body. But if Ancestor's human path immortal Gu is used, there is hope. Fan Yuan did not relent. He looked at Xinshang with rapt attention. You have human path quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment level? Shock flashed across Xinshang's eyes as he nodded. Indeed. To think that you, Fan Yuan, are also proficient in human path. Different professions were worlds apart, paths were the same. Since Fan Yuan could guess Xinshang's human path attainment level, he clearly had a lot of attainment in this aspect. The immortals immediately looked at Fan Yuan with peculiar gazes. They sighed inwardly. This is the famous demon, unfathomable. Fan Yuan asked again. Do you have a formation diagram? Xinshang smiled and showed a helpless expression. I do have a formation diagram, but it is incomplete. I think I created it myself, but I cannot remember it completely. What do you mean? Songxing became nervous. Xinshang heaved a deep sigh. I lost my memories. Every time I fall into madness, a portion of the memories I have will disappear. So I need to resolve this problem as soon as possible, otherwise, I might not even know who I am. Fan Yuan laughed. Xinshang, you are quite lucky to have met me. Xinshang nodded in agreement. This is indeed my luck. It is very difficult to set up a human path immortal move that satisfies my requirements. There are many conditions. First, I need a human path immortal goo, then I need to deduce and modify the formation diagram, and finally, I need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment, deducing and modifying the formation diagram requires wisdom path attainment, and because it is a human path immortal formation, I also need human path attainment. Any other formation path goo immortal, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But it is you, Fan Yuan, who fulfills all 3 requirements. So from now on I really need to rely on you. Please lend us a hand. Fan Yuan, whatever remuneration you need, just tell me. I and Shin clan will do our best to satisfy you. Songxing made a solemn promise. Fan Yuan nodded. When Xinshang mentioned the request of setting up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Not only could he set up the formation, he could also obtain abundant immortal materials from Shin clan. What he was more concerned about were Shin clan, Songxing, and Xinshang. By cooperating with Shin clan, he could influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world to a deeper level. He could influence the entire world. Even though Fan Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, he still had no idea how to deal with the human path killer moves of the Celestial Court. If Xinshang made a move, the situation would be completely different. The Celestial Court was too powerful. They had accumulated their strength for countless years. Fan Yuan could not resist them for the time being. He needed to form alliances and ingeniously borrow the strength of others. Fan Yuan thought about it for a while before stating his conditions. Out of Xinshang and Songxing's expectations, Fan Yuan's conditions were very relaxed and not harsh at all. Fan Yuan did not need many immortal materials. He also did not ask for immortal goo. The only condition that he had to fulfill was that Songxing and Xinshang had to take action and become enemies with the Celestial Court. They had to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But the truth was, even without Fan Yuan's request, stopping Fate Gu from repairing was already the consensus of all the super forces in the world. Many ambitious people were brooding over Fate Gu. They were even more worried than Fan Yuan. After all, they were not otherworldly demons. Once the Celestial Court was repaired, the Celestial Court's status would be unshakable. Several days later, a brand new formation was constructed at the bottom of the sea. Xinshang entered the formation. The main formation core was controlled by Songxing with Fan Yuan assisting him. The formation was slowly activated, and streams of white light formed into chains that tied Xinshang up. Xinshang was silent. He sat cross-legged and soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of white fog. A moment later, the formation slowly came to a stop. Fan Yuan, Songxing and the rest did not find anything. They could not find any black fire in Xinshang's body. Xinshang sighed. I have already checked countless times. Only when I go berserk again will the black fire appear. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Are you sure you can't remember anything related to the black fire? Xinshang only shook his head. Songxing sighed. If that's the case, then we can only wait. We will leave this mission here for now. I will send someone to guard the formation. This arrangement was very reasonable. Gu Immortal's range of movement in Dragon Whale Paradise was limited. They could not enter and leave as they pleased. Using the Merit Obelisk's teleportation ability and group names, they could communicate with each other. Once Shinshang went berserk, they would gather together. Those arranged to guard the formation were definitely Shin clan's direct descendants. Sometimes, Shin Tsongxing would even go there personally. With this restriction, Shin clan was even less of a match for Fan Yuan in the merit board contest. Time continued to pass. Day by day, Fan Yuan's merit points rose from 1,000 to 10,000, and continued to increase from 10,000. During this process, he often exchanged for names. But he did not know about the secrets of the names. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin's group had not explored to this extent yet, so they could only rely on Fan Yuan's guesses and deductions. Fortunately, even if his deductions were wrong, the names he exchanged for were useful to a certain extent. With so many merit points, Fan Yuan did not exchange for any immortal goo. He did not lack immortal goo, what he lacked were some rare immortal materials. Several times, Fan Yuan expended his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk to help the hairy man goo immortals advance their immortal goo. Fan Yuan had a large number of immortal materials, but he still lacked some rare immortal materials. The merit obelisk made up for his final shortcoming. When Fan Yuan had another breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine. Fan Yuan was slightly stunned. Why is there still a black fire that has not been dealt with? Some time ago, missions related to the black fire appeared one after another. The Goo Immortals completed these missions to clean up Shinshang's mess. Don't tell me this was not left behind by Shinshang? Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was easy to verify this guess. Using the merit obelisk, Fan Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment, he was at the peak of the clouds, at the highest point of the sky. There was no wind, the sun was shining brightly. This is? Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, he raised his head and saw countless black fires burning silently. The scale of the black fires was huge, they were like dark clouds in a storm. The total amount of black fires that Fan Yuan and the immortals had used all their strength to exterminate was not even 1/10,000th of the black fire in front of him. Chapter 1928. The black fire did not burn in the air, it was attached to the bones. The bones were milky white, they gave off a holy feeling. The bones had a main trunk that stretched from east to west, connecting heaven and earth. It was like a dragon that stretched from the 9 heavens, extending beyond Fan Yuan's vision. And on the 2 sides of the trunk, there were countless neatly arranged branches that extended outwards. They resembled huge elephant tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, supporting the sky. Heaven's spine! Fan Yuan muttered. The scene in front of him was grand and majestic. He was as tiny as a mosquito under the huge bones. And these bones were like towering trees. The black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After Fan Yuan sized them up, he understood some profundities. This heaven's spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal material. Just this point alone was already incredible. The heaven's spine should not be a human bone, which Goo Immortal had such a huge body? Since it was not a human bone, it had to be a beast bone. But how could there be such a ferocious beast that could reach the 9th transformation level? This was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of Goo Venerables, only humans had ever appeared. Throughout history, there were only 9 of them, the other races at most had rank 8 cultivation level, or were immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants. Were there still rank 9 desolate beasts and desolate plants in this world? Only such existences would leave behind such an immortal material after death. Other than that, was it created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Fan Yuan was filled with doubts. The possibility of this was very small. Because Fan Yuan had already seen through the use of Heaven's Spine, it only had one use, it was to reinforce this Dragon Whale Paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could use Earth Path methods or even Sound Path methods. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. Why would he seek Bone Path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable make such arrangements to reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It is as if Dragon Whale Paradise is not safe and can collapse at any time. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Its strength is at the peak of the world. There are very few existences that can threaten it. If its life is in danger, would it be useful to strengthen the dragon whale paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black flame on Tianqiong's back? This was obviously not caused by Xinshang. If Xinshang was able to leak the black fire of such a scale, how could he have possibly come back alive and kicking, and taken the initiative to ask to be sealed? What is the connection between the black fire here and Xinshang's black fire? Fan Yuan continued to calculate. During this process, he saw a rib branch completely melt in the black flames. The black flames that filled the sky were corroding fiercely, continuously destroying the sky's spine. What would happen if heaven's back was completely destroyed? Fan Yuan didn't know, but he was sure it wasn't something good. He tried to control myriad-year flying warship and controlled the daybreak swords to attack the black flame. Just as he expected, the black fire was like a sea, and his attack was like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest change. Fan Yuan tried for a while and gave up helplessly. Even a person like him felt powerless. This was the difficulty of a super mission. Fan Yuan thought about it before leaving this place, returning to the starting island and going to the underwater formation. Xinshang was still awake, so Fan Yuan told him about the situation of heaven's back. Do you have any impression of this place? Fan Yuan asked. Xinshang shook his head in distress. I have no impression. But this definitely has a connection with my black fire. If I can figure out the mystery of the black fire, I might be able to see through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable scheme back then, as well as the deepest secret of Dragon Whale Paradise. Saying this, Xinshang paused. I want to take a look myself, can I? Of course. Fan Yuan agreed. Since he told Xinshang about this, he did not intend to hide it. If he tried to complete this super mission alone, he would be too weak. He needed to gather the strength of all the Gu immortals. Soon, the immortals gathered and arrived at heaven's back. Seeing the sea of black flames in the sky, the immortals' expressions changed. They gasped in amazement. The immortals tried to get rid of the black fire, but there was little progress. It seemed that the larger the black fire, the harder it was to get rid of it. Among the immortals, only Xinshang's human path methods were outstanding, the others were inferior to him. After several days of clearing out the black fire, Immortal Hua Dai was the first to give in. It was not that she was in a bad state, but she had expended too much immortal essence. This mission is too difficult, I suggest we give up. Miao Mingxin secretly found Fan Yuan and discussed with him. Even without his words, Fan Yuan was already thinking of giving up. By now, the immortals had used all their strength to get rid of 1 hectare of black fire. And such a scale was not even 1,000th of the black fire in the sky. If I use rank 8 battle strength, the efficiency will increase greatly, but it is too low. I might as well complete large-scale missions. After a few times, I will be able to accumulate a lot of merit points. I'm afraid only Venerables can complete such a super mission easily. Fan Yuan decided to give up. Xinshang and Xinzongxing expressed their understanding. But they were not willing to give up. They only asked the other Shin clan Gu immortals to follow them. Xinshang said to Fan Yuan, I want to explore a bit more. I will walk along the giant bone's trunk and see if I can find some crucial points. Fan Yuan looked at him deeply before nodding and leaving. Soon, only Xinshang and Xinzongxing were left on the heavenly spine. Come with me. Xinshang sighed. Xinzongxing followed closely behind and took the initiative to ask. Ancestor, you took the initiative to send everyone away. Could it be that you have recalled something? Xinshang shook his head. I intend to pass my human path inheritance to you. Xinzongxing was stunned. He could hear an ominous meaning in Xinshang's tone. He quickly said, Ancestor, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I believe there will be a way to solve your problem. Xinshang smiled. I have not given up hope, but I have to think about the clan. If I leave behind my human path inheritance, the clan will benefit from it. It will be my repayment to the clan. Xinzongxing was silent. Xinshang continued. I cannot pass the inheritance to you in the underwater formation. After all, that is a formation that Fan Yuan personally set up. But here, it should be safe. I will not pass the human path immortal goo to you directly, because I still need them. I will impart to you my cultivation experience, as well as the killer moves and immortal goo recipes that I created. Shin Songxing said solemnly. I will not let down ancestors' good intentions. Shin Shang smiled bitterly. My memories are very fragmented, my memories are limited. Let's start from the beginning. I once cultivated sound path, but in an accident, I refined heal injury immortal goo and saw the hope of human path. In order to cultivate human path, I did many things secretly. These things went against the rules of the righteous path. The clan protected me and helped me conceal them, but I could not hide them from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lord Paradise Earth found me. I was not his match. I could not even take one attack from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me. Instead, he gave me a chance to atone for my crimes on account of my many years of saving lives. He also promised me that if I could grasp this opportunity, I might be able to achieve my goal and successfully cultivate human path. Thus, I came here and cultivated in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth set up. My memories of cultivation are already completely blurry. I only remember that during this process, I obtained the help of the underwater formation and broke through time and time again, making steady progress. I started from heal injury immortal goo and gradually expanded. I created heal injury, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and other killer moves. Finally, one day, I created the killer move accumulated injuries. From this killer move, I deduced the immortal goo recipe of scar injury immortal goo. I refined it and replaced it with my vital goo. With this immortal goo, any attack that causes damage to me will turn into injuries. The accumulation of injuries can increase the power of the mutual injuries killer move. In the previous battle, the reason why I forced Fan Yuan to retreat was because I used the mutual injuries killer move to injure him. Please remember, scar injury immortal goo is the core of my human path inheritance, while mutual injuries is my main offensive method. Shin Songxing's mind was shaken as he listened. Shin Shang's human path true inheritance was so profound that it shocked him both physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you created has great potential. It might be able to create a brand new path in human path. Shin Songxing praised sincerely. Ha! Shin Shang laughed proudly, patting Shin Songxing's shoulder. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I will leave the inheritance to you. If you want, you can cultivate human path in the future. If you have no intention of doing so, you can choose a suitable inheritor. Southern Border. Moral Paradise. A female immortal wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. She walked down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair hung down to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation Chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Right now, Fairy Myrtle was covered in sweat. She had a haggard expression, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was in high spirits. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Wei-yin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Ziwei, it seems you have gotten what you wanted. Fairy Myrtle smiled. I have benefited a lot from this trip. I have already borrowed benevolence goo. Thank you for your help. Lu Wei-yin also smiled. Lady Ziwei, I did not do it to help you. I did it to help the world, to protect the peace of the 5 regions. Sigh, the world is filled with demonic immortals now. Not to mention Fan Yuan, a Blood Path Rank 8 great expert has appeared in Western Desert recently. He is finding trouble with superclans. He has repeatedly invaded their resource points. He is extremely arrogant and has terrifying methods. Chaotic times are coming. I only hope that this moral paradise can become a paradise. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Ziwei understands your meaning. In the future, when the 5 regions change, I will definitely repay you generously. Goodbye. Chapter 1929. Dragon Whale Paradise. Under the merit obelisk, Fan Yuan and Shin Songxing stood side by side, staring at the obelisk. The super mission to clear away the black fire was still there, but tomorrow was the final 300-day time limit. Fan Yuan's merit points were at the top of the list. This was a huge sum. After he found out that the black fire mission was too difficult, he only chose large and mid-sized missions to gain merit points. Miao Mingshin's group had been assisting him. They had also gained a lot. After Shin Songxing and the rest realized the difficulty of the super mission, they wisely learned from Fan Yuan. Their merit points had accumulated to a considerable extent. 300 days passed in a flash. It feels like we just arrived here yesterday. Shin Songxing smiled bitterly. This was a true treasure land. By completing all sorts of missions, Gu Immortals could directly obtain immortal Gu recipes, and all sorts of killer moves. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal like Shin Songxing was enjoying this place. He did not want to leave. But there was no choice. Once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of Dragon Whale Paradise. It is a pity that we have not explored all of Dragon Whale Paradise's secrets yet. Fan Yuan sighed in regret. There were still many mysteries about Dragon Whale Paradise. The black fire was a crucial point. Where did this black fire come from? Why were there so many changes? Why could it not be seen what path it belonged to? Why were human path methods so effective against it? Other than the black fire, where did the heavenly spine left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable come from? What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true intention? What agreement did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Xinshang make back then? Xinshang cultivated human path inside the underwater formation, but he was somehow infected by the troublesome black fire. Also, other than Xinshang, Fan Yuan did not see any other Gu Immortals. Dragon Whale Paradise did not have any Gu Immortals? And where did the immortal Gu in the merit obelisk come from? If they were all produced naturally, the quantity would be too much. Shin Songxing was silent for a while before saying, "We can only explore these secrets in the future. Fortunately, we've already exchanged for titles. Once the blue dragon whale is born, we'll be able to sense it and come back to explore." Fan Yuan nodded. This was indeed a delightful discovery. Just as he had deduced, Miao Mingshin was able to find the exact location of the blue dragon whale because of this name. He didn't know who had secretly transferred this title to him. Among all the titles provided by the Merit Monument, there were very few titles that could be transferred out. There was another discovery, which was also related to titles. After exchanging for this title, when the Gu Immortal leaves Dragon Whale Paradise, they can teleport to any location within 100,000 li. This was the excuse that Fan Yuan used to deceive Miao Mingshin and the others, but in fact, it really existed. At this moment, the words on the Merit Monument suddenly floated and changed. Small, medium, large, and even super quests had all disappeared, leaving only one ultimate quest. Ultimate mission: leave with the blue dragon whale and return successfully. This is? Shin Songxing was shocked. Fan Yuan frowned. Don't tell me, there is an ultimate quest above super quests? The description is very vague, but I'm afraid the difficulty is much higher than clearing away the black fire. At this time, the words on the Merit Monument changed again. Shin Songxing stared with wide eyes as he repeated. The time limit for the mission is not fixed. After accepting it, you can stay in the paradise for an unlimited period of time. After completing the ultimate quest, you can obtain the qualifications to become the owner of the Merit Monument and keep your merit points. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he thought. So Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has already made arrangements to choose a new owner for the Merit Monument. As long as I follow his arrangements, I can become the owner of this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. What a pity, what a pity! Fan Yuan felt regret. He had already found a way to obtain the Merit Monument, but his strength was limited. He could not even complete the super quest, not to mention the ultimate quest. The ultimate quest was clearly very difficult. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals did not have much hope. This was easy to deduce. The Gu Immortals who came to Dragon Whale Paradise were not limited to Fan Yuan's group. When the previous people came here, some might have accepted this ultimate quest, but the merit monument was still ownerless. This meant that no one had ever succeeded. There was another reason why Fang Yuan did not want to accept the mission. That was the description on the merit monument. The time limit for the mission was not fixed. If the time limit was too long, by the time he finished the mission and left, he would find that the Celestial Court had already repaired Fate Gu. What was the point of Fang Yuan then? Sigh. Shin Songxing let out a long breath of air. He had regained his rationality and recognized the risks. His gaze was no longer burning. Fang Yuan pointed at the mission on the merit monument and analyzed. Brother Shin, this ultimate quest has a hidden meaning. After choosing this mission, the Gu Immortals' merit points will be preserved. This means that those who do not accept it will have their remaining merit points erased once they leave Dragon Whale Paradise. Shin Songxing's heart tightened as he nodded. I'm afraid that is the case. When we first came here, there was no one on the merit board. This way, the Gu Immortals would have to spend as much of their accumulated merit points as possible. But as for how to spend it, the Gu Immortals would need to consider it themselves. The next day, at a certain corner of Eastern Sea, 3 lumps of white light flashed as Fang Yuan, Shin Songxing, and the 3 immortals appeared. All the Gu Immortals gave up on the ultimate quest and chose to leave. But Miao Mingshin's group did not leave with Fang Yuan. They were still worried about Fang Yuan. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua left with the other Shin Clan Gu Immortals. These 2 Eastern Sea lone immortals had completely boarded Shin Clan's ship after this matter. Fang Yuan turned around and looked back, only to see the sky was empty, the sea was calm, there was nothing behind him. He did not want to give up. He went with Shin Songxing and Shin Shang to investigate the surroundings, but there was nothing behind him. The 3 of us purposely chose the location of the Blue Dragon Whale, but where is the Blue Dragon Whale? Stop looking, this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Don't be fooled by the vivid scene in front of us. What if it is an illusion? Speaking of which, we have not seen the true appearance of the Blue Dragon Whale from start to finish. The 3 immortals sighed. The Blue Dragon Whale had many secrets. The Blue Dragon Whale was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture and could cultivate as a legendary immemorial beast. It had intelligence that was not inferior to ordinary people. But the Gu Immortals did not see the Blue Dragon Whale contacting them during their exploration. The Blue Dragon Whale's movements were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go during this process? The world did not know. The 3 Gu Immortals here, even though they had gone to the Dragon Whale Paradise, did not know about it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had wanted to take the Blue Dragon Whale and the Merit Obelisk for himself. But the truth was, he was thinking too much. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's grand arrangement. It had a mysterious motive. Like Northern Plains' Crazed Demon Cave, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It was also a grand arrangement. Fang Yuan could only go to the 8th layer. He could not enter the core 9th layer. Wait, Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. The Crazed Demon Cave created by Limitless Demon Venerable had demonic sounds that could cause living beings to go crazy. In Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Dragon Whale Paradise, the black fire could also cause living beings to go crazy. Was there any connection between the two? Thinking about it, there are actually many living beings that have gone crazy in Dragon Whale Paradise. For example, the Tiger King Salamander that I killed earlier. Fang Yuan thought. These living beings were incurable when they went crazy. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason, he could only exterminate them. Other than the fact that they did not emit black fire, they had the same problem as Xinshang. From this, one could see how strong Xinshang was. Even if this person was struck by black fire, he would only go crazy for a period of time. Relying on his deep human path foundation and Dao marks, he would be able to hold on until he regained his sanity. Even Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to do this. He asked himself, even though he had many Dao marks, they were not the accumulation of human path. Currently, Xinshang is probably the #1 human path cultivator in the 5 regions. Even old man Jing Yuan of the Celestial Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan could not help but feel some anticipation. The Fate War was not far away. Maybe Xinshang's appearance could bring some trouble to the celestial court. The three immortals could not find the blue dragon whale, they bade farewell. In this trip to Dragon Whale Paradise, they had great gains. But the one with the most gains was undoubtedly Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was alone. He transformed into Qixi ancestor's appearance and returned to Qixi stealthily. The formation in the depths of Qixi was still operating. Inside the formation, he saw Wu Shuai who was guarding this place. Wu Shuai went to southern border to trade dream realms with Qi clan. Qi Chuyu saw the chance to raise the price. Wu Shuai did not want to lower himself to Qi Chuyu's level. He wanted to settle the score later. He wanted to continue the transaction. But unexpectedly, the loss of the dream realms was discovered by Wu Yong. He flew into a rage and found Qi Chuyu to have a private discussion. Qi Chuyu naturally denied it. Even if it was exposed, he would not admit it. But after being warned, Qi Chuyu could only restrain himself and temporarily cut off the dream realm transactions. Wu Shuai had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan met with Wu Shuai and learned about the current situation. The situation was somewhat terrible. In southern border, Wu Yong's influence was growing. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the dream realms, Qi Chuyu was unavoidably suspected. Wu Yong used this chance to gain the upper hand. He could use his political skills more easily. And in Western Desert, Fan Dichang's clone, whom Fan Yuan had placed high hopes on, fell into a quagmire. After he allied with several super clans to repel the Celestial Court, a blood path great expert appeared in Western Desert. He created chaos everywhere. He seemed to hate super forces very much. Fan clan was one of the victims. Other than this, an immemorial desolate beast appeared in Fan clan's ice-fire desert. This immemorial desolate beast was very crafty. Fan clan's many attempts to encircle it ended in failure. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, Li Xiaobai's situation was rather smooth. Chapter 1930. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The sky had already disappeared for several months. The whole Grotto Heaven was filled with black poisonous smoke. A vast amount of poisonous smoke covered the sky. The smoke clouds rumbled endlessly, and condensed into the shape of dragons from time to time, spreading poisonous smoke to wreak havoc in the world. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was already filled with mournful cries. The future was bleak. Star Collection City was the #1 city in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was also the largest gathering point of humans. Star Collection City's walls were tall and there were many towers in the city. John Buddha was standing on the highest tower, looking at the surging poisonous smoke in the sky. He had an exhausted expression and his body was covered in injuries. Behind him, a female combat beast warrior was healing him. My main body adjusted the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to become faster, causing calamities and tribulations to descend frequently. In this Grotto Heaven, any calamity or tribulation will turn into a beast calamity. However, before the previous beast calamity was exterminated, another beast calamity arrived. These beast calamities spread all over the place, involving the strength of all the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. After accumulating, they actually fused into one, turning into this monster. Sigh, this time, my main body miscalculated. John Buddha's brows were tightly furrowed. He was deeply worried. The combat beast warrior who was healing him consoled. Little Do, you should rest for a while. You have already fought for 3 days and 3 nights without resting. If this continues, even if your body is made of steel, you won't be able to endure it. John Buddha sighed deeply. I am now the strongest combat beast warrior. I need to give it my all. If I were in the battlefield, everyone's sacrifices would be much lower. Little Do, you have already done well. If you had not sensed something amiss and informed everyone, allowing the cities to gather the commoners in advance, we would have suffered great losses. Little Do, you are truly our savior. You saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. The combat beast warrior said. Even though she was a senior combat beast warrior, she admired this junior, John Buddha. During this period of time, John Buddha had convinced everyone in the Grotto Heaven. During this period of time, John Buddha had convinced everyone in the grotto heaven. Not only was he strong in combat, but more importantly, he cherished civilians, sacrificed himself for others, and fought on the front lines selflessly. Today, John Buddha had become a great hero, a moral model, and an idol of the people. But in fact, John Buddha just wanted to protect his assets. Be it him or Fan Yuan's main body, they had long regarded the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven as their own. Although the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had preserved most of its vitality because of John Buddha's timely warning, the amount that had been lost was enough to make John Buddha's heart ache. "It's coming again!" John Buddha's expression tightened as he suddenly said. The beast warrior beside him also tensed up, hurriedly looking up at the sky. The poisonous smoke churned intensely in the sky. A dragon roared, and a huge dragon made of poisonous smoke descended. The huge dragon's body was extremely huge. It was 800 feet long, and the huge dragon head was like a small mountain as it crashed towards Star Collection City on the ground. Once it crashed, more than half of Star Collection City would be instantly destroyed, and after the poisonous smoke spread, hundreds of thousands of civilians would die. Of course, John Buddha would not allow such a situation to happen. With an eagle cry, an arrow-tailed eagle flew out of his immortal aperture. Combat Beast Warrior Transformation. In an instant, he turned into an eagle beast, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. John Buddha attacked crazily, sending out countless wind blades that were extremely sharp and ferocious like a storm. Hundreds and thousands of huge wind blades landed on the dragon head, and the poisonous smoke dragon head lasted for a moment before collapsing. "It's Little Duke, as expected, it's him again. As expected of Little Duke." The combat beast warriors reacted one after another, and praised. And when the civilians in various parts of Star Collection City saw this, they all shouted, "Savior John Buddha!" Very soon, such cheers spread throughout the whole city, and wave after wave filled the whole Star Collection City. It was extremely fanatical. John Buddha did not relax, and instead looked up at the sky vigilantly, shouting, "Everyone, be careful, another wave of attacks is coming." The poisonous smoke surged, and more than 10 poisonous smoke dragons suddenly appeared, charging towards Star Collection City. The cheers of the civilians stopped abruptly. The combat beast warriors' faces turned as pale as paper. In the past, the attacks were at most 3 to 5 poisonous smoke dragons, but now, the number had increased by 5 times, and it was not something they could resist at all. "Is it going to end like this? Damn it! I don't want to die yet!" At the crucial moment, starlight suddenly soared into the sky from the Star Snail Hall, and a giant suddenly appeared, standing on the battlefield. Everyone was overjoyed, and John Buddha also pretended to be overjoyed, but in his heart he already knew. That old fellow is finally willing to make a move. This was the current combat beast king, and it used the corpse of the Star Sea Snail to transform. It was the strongest combat power in the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and also the last trump card. Back then, when Fan Yuan transformed into the bull-headed demonic god, he had also fought with the combat beast king. The giant was wearing heavy armor, and he continuously punched out, shooting out fist after fist, like meteors shooting into the sky. The meteors collided with the poisonous smoke dragon heads, and the effect was extraordinary. Several poisonous smoke dragon heads exploded on the spot, and the momentum of the poisonous smoke dragon heads stopped, which bought crucial time for the other combat beast warriors. Then the giant stomped on the ground, and its hands held up the sky, and a hemispherical screen of starlight rose, covering the whole city. The poisonous smoke dragon was temporarily blocked by the screen of starlight, and the combat beast warriors were enveloped in a layer of blue light, floating out, and fighting intensely with the poisonous smoke dragon heads. The combat beast warriors were only made of flesh and blood, and they were quickly at a disadvantage. The poisonous smoke dragon heads were endless. No matter how many were destroyed, a corresponding number of poisonous smoke dragon heads would be produced. If this continues, I'm afraid that Star Collection City will be destroyed today. Realizing this, the combat beast king made up his mind. He shouted loudly, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. The situation is urgent, little do, go and receive the final inheritance. Right now, only you have hope of saving everyone. This old guy is finally willing to take out the final inheritance. Jean Buddha sneered in his mind. Right now, he had already obtained the beast calamity true inheritance in all the important areas, and only the final part was left. He had been in Star Collection City for many days, but the current combat beast king did not mention this. John Buddha could only pretend that he did not know that the final inheritance was in Star Collection City. Little do, go, I will guard this place. Go, little do, it's up to you now. We will fight for time for you, even until the last moment of our lives, we will do our best. The combat beast warriors urged. Undeniably, the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were truly different from the outside world. They had the spirit of sacrificing themselves. Jean Buddha flew to the underground of Star Snail Hall, arriving in front of the final altar. The altar shined as the Qilin heavenly spirit appeared. Young man, you are qualified to inherit the complete Beast Calamity true inheritance. It is time to tell you the truth of the world. The Qilin heavenly spirit's voice was like that of a child, crisp and cute. As the memories were transmitted, Jean Buddha pretended to be shocked. So our world is so small, true cultivation is using goo worms, not transforming. This is too unexpected. Heavenly Spirit, what should I do next? The Qilin heavenly spirit came to Jean Buddha and lowered its head. Master, I don't have any good ideas. Ever since the tributary of the river of time changed, the grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations have become more frequent. This calamity and tribulation contains the power of a myriad tribulation. I am afraid I will not be able to escape this time. I will open the door, Master, please leave quickly. When Jean Buddha inherited the complete beast calamity true inheritance, the Qilin heavenly spirit recognized him as its master. Jean Buddha heaved a deep sigh. He was about to speak when his expression changed, revealing true joy. No need, my main body is here. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan's main body finally arrived. Looking at the poisonous smoke that filled the sky, Fan Yuan felt a headache. Jean Buddha ordered the Qilin heavenly spirit to open the grotto heaven's entrance. Fan Yuan came in openly. Because he was no longer an invader, and because the Qilin heavenly spirit recognized him as its master, all beings' assimilation transformation no longer affected Fan Yuan's main body's expression. Fan Yuan was able to enter the battlefield. Thus, the combat beast warriors in the battlefield saw an unimaginable scene. A person was floating in the air. His aura was like a mountain or a sea. The poisonous smoke dragons seemed to be provoked by this mysterious person. Most of them turned around and charged towards Fan Yuan. Who is he? Dodge! Oh no, it's too late! The combat beast warriors roared in anger. They watched in despair as Fan Yuan was surrounded by the poisonous smoke dragons. Just as the poisonous smoke dragons were about to bite him, Fan Yuan made his move. Rumble! In an instant, air currents surged and winds howled. The color of heaven and earth changed, the poisonous smoke dissipated. Fan Yuan stood proudly in the sky, the poisonous smoke dragons around him dissipated, even the thick layer of poisonous smoke above his head had a huge circular hole. Bright light shone through the hole, bathing Fan Yuan in sunlight. The combat beast warriors all opened their mouths. They were extremely shocked. Fan Yuan's first move was earth-shattering. His battle prowess was terrifying. More importantly, he didn't use any form of transformation at all. He was able to achieve such a shocking result with just his own attacks. This scene caused the long-held concept of cultivation of the beast warriors to crumble with a loud bang. In an instant, everyone was at a loss. At this time, Fan Yuan slowly spoke, his voice clearly transmitted to everyone present. Little Do, where are you? Father is here. The immortals were shocked again. Jean Buddha flew out, his face full of joy, tears streaming down his face. Father, you finally came out. Quickly save this world. In the next instant, the entire Star Luo city was in an uproar. So this mysterious person was Jean Buddha's father, no wonder he was so powerful. This was a hidden expert. We're saved. We're definitely saved. Fan Yuan sighed and said with a pained tone, I did not expect such a huge disaster to happen during my seclusion. Unfortunately, I was isolated from the outside world during my seclusion. If I had known earlier, I would not have let these poisonous smoke dragons wreak havoc for so long. With that, Fan Yuan made his move again, quickly dissipating the poisonous smoke. But there was just too much poisonous smoke. It spread throughout the entire grotto heaven. Very soon, poisonous smoke surged in from other places. Father, the situation is now under control. Let's go down and rest first, said John Budu. All right. Fan Yuan nodded. Chapter 1931. Celestial Court. Star constellation chessboard was half a foot off the ground. It rotated slowly between Fairy Myrtle and Feng Kim Hong, letting out dazzling starlight. Specks of starlight were dazzling. They were like blue fireflies, jumping around the two at times and entering their minds at other times. The two girls sat cross-legged. Their eyes were closed and their brows were tightly furrowed. They were thinking about some difficult problem. The starlight slowly disappeared. Star constellation chessboard flew into Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, but Feng Kim Hong did not open his eyes. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. This child. Fairy Myrtle was not nervous, she sighed. She knew Feng Kim Hong's condition like the back of her hand. Feng Kim Hong was only a Gu master. He was not a rank 8 great expert like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's original deduction plan was very suitable for Feng Kim Hong. But Feng Kim Hong insisted. He did not want to implicate Fairy Myrtle because of him. After all, Fairy Myrtle was an important person in Celestial Court. When Feng Kim Hong slowly woke up, he found he had already left the deduction secret room. He had returned to Central Great Hall. Huang Er, good job! Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, feeling extremely gratified. You actually modified the pure dream reality seeker physique. This physique no longer has any drawbacks. You are indeed the fated great dream immortal venerable. Feng Kim Hong was a little embarrassed from the praise. Master, there is a reason for this. Do you still remember the killer move Shatter Dream that disciple created not long ago? Using the result of Shatter Dream, I was able to successfully modify the pure dream reality seeker physique. The entire process was completely dependent on Lady Ziwei's calculations, and I only played a minor supporting role. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Little Huanger, you're too humble. It's precisely because you provided us with the correct direction that we were able to successfully calculate it. If not for that, even if I divined it many times, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find anything. Duke Long said with deep sincerity. Huang Er, this perfect pure dream reality seeker physique is extremely important to you. It is a crucial opportunity for your future accomplishments. Remember, you must use the pure dream reality seeker physique to ascend to immortality in the future. Feng Kim Hong had never seen Duke Long so serious. He quickly nodded and replied, Yes, Master. I will keep this in mind. Duke Long nodded. Go ahead. I have something to discuss with Fairy Myrtle. Disciple will take his leave. Feng Kim Hong immediately left obediently. This time, Huang Er was able to obtain the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique thanks to you, Duke Long said to Fairy Myrtle. That was indeed the case. Fairy Myrtle was not only the main factor in the deduction, even the original pure dream reality seeker physique was obtained from searching spectral souls' memories. Without this foundation, no matter how much inspiration or direction Feng Kim Hong had, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This is my duty. If not for you capturing spectral soul alive, I would not have been able to soul search him. Speaking of which, the source of little Huang Er's gratitude is still you, her master. Duke Long shook his head. I am ashamed. As a master, I have taught very little. I know nothing about Dream Path, but thankfully, Huang Er has extraordinary talent in Dream Path. It is my honor to be able to do something for the future great dream immortal venerable. How has your practice of equal treatment been? Fairy Myrtle's expression turned solemn. There is no problem with benevolence Gu. As for the killer move, I have already used it several times. Did you find anything strange? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle denied. No. Duke Long thought about it. In that case, equal treatment is effective. But why are we not seeing any results? Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Using equal treatment to deal with spring-autumn cicada was our plan from the start. Looking at Fang Yuan's recent actions, he has made ample preparations and plans. For example, in the battle for the River of Time, or in the battle for Dragon Palace, he had the initiative. He must have revived again, but why does no one on our side have the previous life's memories? Equal treatment's effect was as its name suggested. Once Fairy Myrtle used this killer move, the state of the person she saw would change at the same time. For example, after Fairy Myrtle used equal treatment, she saw Fang Yuan's revival. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle saw Duke Long. Then when Fang Yuan used spring-autumn success to self-detonate, his memories would return to his past body. Duke Long would also receive the same treatment. His memories would enter his past self's mind. We do not know what happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Earlier, we guessed that we could not borrow benevolence goo to create equal treatment. But now, we have this method in our hands. In the end, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed this result. In the previous life, we did not construct the killer move equal treatment. Or did I encounter a mishap in my previous life and did not use the killer move equal to all? Fairy Myrtle was in a predicament. Some time after Duke Long woke up and understood the situation, he proposed to use the killer move equality to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by his first disciple, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long knew the method to deal with this cicada. And when Fang Yuan revived, Fairy Myrtle could easily deduce it. It was around the time when Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. The Fang Yuan before this and the Fang Yuan after this had a different style of doing things, and the success rate was also entirely different. Before Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan failed to retrieve the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was tricked by Lu Weiying. And after that, Fang Yuan made ample preparations to deal with Celestial Court's attack. Celestial Court's side was countered time and time again. They could not use their advantages and their disadvantages were magnified, but Fang Yuan was the complete opposite. Duke Long pondered. Actually, there is another possibility. In my previous life, equal treatment was successfully activated by you, but other than Fang Yuan, you did not see anyone else. Or maybe this person is not a loyal Gu immortal to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with light. If that is the case, who is the key person? Longevity Heaven. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly. It soon filled the entire world and shook everyone's hearts. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of Five Elements Grand Master, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. Five Elements Grand Master was a Northern Plains lone cultivator rank 8, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after some struggle and surrendered to Longevity Heaven. He was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The Ox Demon and Flower Lady were the North Desolation Immortals. What is going on? Five Elements Grand Master was shocked and bewildered. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. They saw joy in each other's eyes. The latter chuckled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Bing Sai Chuan? Five Elements Grand Master's brows rose. He felt that this name was familiar. Right at this time, there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting a coldness that was like 1,000-year-old ice. Five Elements Grand Master's heart shook. I remember now! Bing Sai Chuan was a time path great expert of the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He even became the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was different from the Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 positions. Among them, for Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 Extremities had to be at least rank 7, and they were elites among rank 7s. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. 5 Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 Immortals and looked around, nodding. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and Central Continent's Celestial Court preparing for the Refinement Path Convention. Fan Yuan, he actually used rank 7 cultivation level to extort Southern Border's righteous path. He harmed the Celestial Court time and time again in the River of Time. He is indeed a world-shaking figure. Qixi ancestor, could fight to a draw with Duke Long? This is truly rare. Eastern Sea is truly deep. There is also Fang Dichang, he actually refined Divine Beam Palace. Haha, this world is never lonely. After Bing Sai Chuan obtained the information, he laughed loudly with unparalleled pride. His laughter paused as Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. Since Fan Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he is the crucial character that Giant Sun Immortal mentioned. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were stunned. Bing Sai Chuan's words seemed to have touched upon a historical secret. Could it be that Giant Sun Immortal had already deduced that Fan Yuan would destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower? Since he deduced it, why did he let Fan Yuan succeed? Bing Sai Chuan did not explain to the 3 Immortals. He ordered. We cannot let Fate Gu be repaired. We must stop this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Contact Fan Yuan. Our Longevity Heaven will cooperate with him. What? The 3 Immortals were stunned again. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. Can you contact Fan Yuan? The 3 Immortals were dazed. They shook their heads. Bing Sai Chuan's frown deepened. Then what are you waiting for? Do you want me to find a way to contact Fan Yuan personally? In the previous life, Langya Sect joined Longevity Heaven, thus, Longevity Heaven easily obtained a way to contact Fan Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. But in this life, Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and even the 4-variant human alliance. Longevity Heaven had nothing to do with it. Chapter 1932. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Kokidahara. Is everything ready? Shuer sat in the snow crystal formation, observing the dozens of frost-chi lumps. Everything is ready, Supreme Elder. A snowman rank 5 female Gu Master knelt on the ground respectfully. Then go. Remember to treat them warmly. Of course, if there are any grievances, don't just let them be. Shuer thought about it and said, Yes. The snowman female Gu Master left. Shuer sighed. Ever since she was arranged by Fan Yuan, she had been focusing on the development of the snowman tribe. With the help of Fan Yuan's snow crystal formation, Shuer worked hard. The snowman tribe grew several times in size, becoming a huge variant human tribe. Husband finally brought in humans. If I have time, I would really like to go and take a look. Unfortunately, I cannot leave this place. Shuer looked at the frost chi, feeling worried. She controlled the formation and organized it carefully. Ever since Fan Yuan annexed Qifei's Grotto Heaven, his Chi Path Dao marks increased greatly. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was greatly influenced. This influence had not stopped yet, it was still modifying all aspects of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. For example, the snowman tribe that Shuer was in was accumulating frost chi. Every few months, Shuer had to personally control the formation and organize it. Once the frost chi accumulated to a certain extent, it would break through the limit and turn into a frost tide. The cold wave was also a disaster for the weak snowmen. It would also cause great damage to the surrounding environment. In fact, if the frost tide spread, it might even affect the whole of Kokidahara. Because of the regional walls, the other 4 mini-regions would not be affected by the frost tide. Not long ago, Fan Yuan sent a message telling Shuai that there would be a city near the Snowman tribe. By then, the Snowman tribe would need to work hard, gather their troops, bring gifts, and interact with them. Shuai did as she was told, but all along, as a variant human, she had been suppressed by the humans. Now that she interacted with the humans, it was a trauma in her life. If possible, Shuai would like to see the whole of Kokitahara become the territory of the snowmen. However, she also understood that this was a delusion. Fan Yuan was a human after all, and when his immortal aperture was developed to a certain extent, he would bring in and nurture humans. This was the sign of a flourishing immortal aperture. The Snowman tribe had just set off. At the same time, the Ink Men of Western Desert arrived at their destination. As the Inkmen's city lord, Mo Tan Sang was currently high up in the clouds, waiting quietly. "It's here!" His eyes suddenly flashed. Suddenly, a colorful light flashed between heaven and earth. Surrounding this ball of colorful light, the earth pushed out in all directions. The multicolored light grew brighter and brighter, gradually revealing the vague illusion of a city. The illusion became more and more real. Eventually, the light dissipated, and a vast land with a circumference of several thousand miles was added to the original spot. A city was located in the center of the land. It was the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's sacred eagle city. The Inkman Gu masters were already kneeling on the ground, singing praises to such an immortal sight. Only when Mo Tan Sang sent an order did this group of people move. The city gates of Holy Eagle City opened. The citizens inside had already been notified and formed a welcoming party. The two groups met at the city gates and officially started to interact. Sacred Eagle City's humans curiously sized up the black-skinned and white-haired Inkmen, while the Inkmen gradually let go of their worries. They had been living under the heavy pressure of humans for a long time. To think that these newly joined humans would be so easy to talk to. They spoke with an equal attitude. This made the Ink Men feel joy from the bottom of their hearts. "Sir, are you Lord Mo Tan Sang?" Eagle Warrior, who was in charge of Sacred Eagle City, flew towards Mo Tan Sang. "Please guide me in the future." Sure. Mo Tan Sang smiled. "No need to be so polite, we are all on the same side." Mini blue sky. The cloud soil gathered to form a small floating continent. After the starlight blossomed, this originally empty continent suddenly gained a majestic city. This city was filled with scars and destruction. It was the Star Collection city that had resisted the poisonous smoke Grand Tribulation earlier. At the center of Star Collection City, there was a brand new Star Snail Hall. This was a mortal goo house specially constructed by Fan Yuan. As for the Star Sea Snail that was the body of the hall, it had already been stored away by Fan Yuan. This was an immemorial desolate beast. Its shell was a rank 8 immortal material. If it was given to the elderly combat beast king, he would not process it, he could only let the Tao marks on the immortal material dissipate naturally. That would be too wasteful. "This is your father's world? It is so vast and empty." The elderly combat beast king quietly left Star Collection City and circled around it, sighing with emotion. Accompanying him was Jean Budu. "This is Mini Blue Heaven. In my father's immortal aperture world, there are 9 such places. I'm sure we can live well here." The elderly combat beast king nodded and asked, "How do we contact the others?" "Use this. This is an information path goo worm." Jean Budu took out a mortal goo and handed it to the elderly combat beast king. The elderly combat beast king had rank 8 cultivation level, but his knowledge was very narrow. Even he was amazed by this information path mortal goo. To think that goo worms can be used like this. This is their true use. The beast calamity true inheritance that I inherited is also like this. John Buddha smiled embarrassedly. "Grandpa Combat Beast King, please don't blame me. My father told me to keep this a secret." The elderly Combat Beast King nodded. "Understandable. What does your father need me to do?" "For the time being, I would like to ask Grandpa Combat Beast King and the other Combat Beast Warriors to learn the orthodox goo cultivation method. We are not safe, we still have enemies outside." John Buddha concealed something. The elderly Combat Beast King was moved. Your father is willing to impart the true gu cultivation method to us? Of course, we are on the same side. We are on the same side. Jean Boudou smiled. Fan Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The grand tribulation that spread to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven expended a lot of his immortal essence and energy, but it could not stop Fan Yuan. After resolving the calamity that threatened the Grotto Heaven almost single-handedly, Fan Yuan's reputation reached its peak. Next, with the help of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's owner, Jean Boudou, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was successfully fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. Different from the previous life, Fan Yuan had made ample preparations in this life. He made detailed deductions. After annexing the Grotto Heavens, he split them up and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had several large gathering places. They each kept a portion of the Beast Calamity true inheritance. Fan Yuan placed Sacred Eagle City, Qingming Valley, Spirit Spring Forest, Mountain Cliff City, and Star Collection City and Mini Western Desert, Mini Southern Border, Mini Central Continent, Kokidahara, and Mini Blue Heaven. Of course, other than these, there were also a large number of resource points in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that were placed by Fan Yuan. Time was needed to digest these Grotto Heavens. The ecological aspects needed time to reach a balance again, and the patience of Gu immortals to adjust them. Fan Yuan obtained myriad beings' assimilation transformation again. At the same time, the Qilin heavenly spirit was left in the largest original location. Fan Yuan obtained over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks from this. In the previous life, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven only provided him with 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. But in this life, Fan Yuan made arrangements in advance. He had enough time and thus triggered the second Grand Tribulation. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's original owner barely survived the first Grand Tribulation before dying. When Fan Yuan found Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it was already close to the second Grand Tribulation. After passing the second Grand Tribulation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gained over 100,000 Dao marks. Thus, Fan Yuan's gains in transformation path Dao marks were twice as much as in the previous life. Dao marks were naturally something that one should have as many as possible. Oh, Bing Sai Chuan woke up and still wants to cooperate with me? Fan Yuan only smiled when he received this news. Even though Longevity Heaven could not contact Fan Yuan directly, they immediately thought of a way. They knew that Southern Border's righteous path had been extorted by Fan Yuan before. They definitely had a way to contact Fan Yuan. After discussing with one of the Southern Border superforces, they paid a certain price to obtain this method. Bing Sai Chuan immediately contacted Fan Yuan, expressing his desire to cooperate with Fan Yuan again. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was still a little bewildered. But in this life, Fan Yuan was well aware of it. Bing Sai Chuan's plan is to gather all the forces that he can use to snatch Fate Gu. However, I also need these people to attack Celestial Court and probe it for me, drawing away their firepower. There were many things in Celestial Court that made Fan Yuan wary. For example, Genesis Lotus Painting Path method in the tower, or the match between the two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Fan Yuan agreed to cooperate with Bing Sai Chuan. This made Bing Sai Chuan suspicious. Why did Fan Yuan agree so easily? I'm afraid he is suspicious. He just wants to see what I do next. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. He felt that he needed to find a chance to fight alongside Fan Yuan to show his sincerity. But after thinking for a while, Bing Sai Chuan did not find any suitable targets. In the previous life, he did not have such a problem. Be it the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time or the battle for Dragon Palace, he could work together with Fan Yuan to resist them. But in this life, Fan Yuan changed a lot after rebirth. He obtained Dragon Palace in advance. Celestial Court in the River of Time suffered a crushing defeat. It had not recovered yet. It did not dare to step into this forbidden zone created by Fan Yuan. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at Feng Jiuge, a faint smile on her face. Speak. Why did you come looking for me? Qin Dingling admired this outstanding junior, the future Dao guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Feng Jiuge hesitated before speaking. I want to borrow Senior's Rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Goo, Responsive Luck. Qin Dingling was surprised for a moment, and then she understood. Okay, I promise you. Saying so, she handed Immortal Goo to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge could not help but be surprised. Qin Dingling said, I know you are creating a new killer move. This responsive luck Immortal Goo will be of great help to you. Otherwise, with your nature, you would not ask to borrow this goo worm from me. Feng Jioge nodded, receiving Immortal Goo. That is correct. He had already created 80% of Destiny Song. He found that Rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo could not contain the Grand Destiny Song. He needed a Luck Path Immortal Goo as the core. According to Feng Jioge's understanding, Responsive Luck Immortal Goo was the most suitable for him. Qin Dingling looked at this Immortal Goo and sighed. I did not create this Responsive Luck Immortal Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. I had secretly read Giant Sun Immortal's manuscript. In the future, when you use this goo to deal with Northern Plains Goo Immortals, you will be giving them a taste of their own medicine. I will give this Immortal Goo to you. Feng Jioge thanked Qin Dingling, saying, This goo is not complete yet. I need to go to the River of Time and observe the past and present, observing the paths of all living beings. Qin Dingling frowned. According to what I know, even though Celestial Court is working hard, they have only built one-time path Immortal Goo House. If you want to go to the River of Time now, you are courting death. Let me see your luck. I want to see if there are any opportunities hidden within. Chapter 1933. The River of Time flowed without end. Celestial Court. Discussion Hall. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were gathered here. There were few who had not arrived yet. This was the largest gathering in Celestial Court in the past 1,000 years. Duke Long sat at the highest level, looking around. Since we have reached an agreement, let's do it. Whether we can restore Celestial Court to its former glory will depend on everyone's hard work. We will do our best. The Immortals replied in unison. They were united in their determination. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that concerned the 5 regions in the world, the highly anticipated Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had finally begun. When news spread, the world was shaken. Thanks to Fan Yuan's publicity, the Goo Immortals all knew of the significance of this Refinement Path Convention. But the Mortal Goo Masters did not know. They only thought that this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was no different from the previous ones. The Goo Masters got up and set off towards Central Continent. Each Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would attract Goo Masters from the other 4 regions to participate. It was a huge event that spanned across the 5 regions. But this time, it was different from the start. Western Desert. A large group of Goo Masters stood in front of the regional wall. A youngster exclaimed, Father, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined such a grand scene in the world. This is the regional wall. After passing through here, we will go to Central Continent. The middle-aged Goo Master beside the youngster said, Once we enter the regional wall, our vision will be restricted. You need to stay close to me and not get separated. Do you understand? Yes, Father, I will remember. The youngster nodded obediently. Zhang Quan looked at his son, Zhang Ping, feeling gratified. His son had strong refinement path talent. For his growth and development, Zhang Quan brought him on a long journey to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, to gain knowledge and train his abilities. What is that sound? At the next moment, Zhang Quan raised his head in confusion. Next, his pupils shrunk. He was in deep shock. He saw a huge meteor the size of a hill falling towards them. The surrounding Goo Masters screamed in shock. How can this be? We are finished! At once, Zhang Quan felt deep regret. If he had gone to Central Continent alone, his son Zhang Ping would not have died. Boom! The meteor fell and collided with the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhang Quan and the others were completely obliterated. In the sky, an Inkman Goo Immortal glanced around coldly before quickly leaving. Similar scenes were happening all over the 5 regions. These Goo Immortals were Fan Yuan's subordinates. They received his orders to stop the participants of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Next, Fan Yuan made a public declaration in jewel yellow skies. Whoever participates in this refinement path convention will be Fan Yuan's, enemy. Maybe one day, I will come and settle the score with you. The 5 regions Gu immortals could not help but sigh. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had just started and Fan Yuan had already made his move. As expected of the little devil sovereign, so arrogant and cruel. The Celestial Court was furious. Because of the obstruction of Fan Yuan's subordinates, the number of Gu masters participating in the convention was less than in previous years. This was not good for the restoration of Fate Gu. Different from the previous life, Fan Yuan's subordinates were only active in northern plains, southern border, western desert, and eastern sea. This way, Central Continent and the Celestial Court's Gu immortals could not go to the other 4 regions to protect them. At this crucial moment, if Central Continent and the Celestial Court's Gu immortals went to the other 4 regions, they would be provoking the 4 regions' super forces. The Celestial Court could only reprimand Fan Yuan for his crimes. At the same time, they contacted the 4 regions' Righteous Path forces, hoping that they would uphold the Righteous Path spirit and punish this demon. The 4 regions' Righteous Path responded, but few of them took action. Even if they took action, it was all bark and no bite. In the previous life, Fan Yuan made his move in Central Continent's territory, thus he was obstructed not long after. In this life, Fan Yuan made his move in advance and immediately reaped great rewards. The wave of Gu masters swarming into Central Continent was effectively stopped. No one was willing to lose their lives just to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Furthermore, the 4 regions' super forces had already stopped their own Gu masters from participating in the convention, causing this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to be much quieter. Central Continent, Gu Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, this place was bustling with noise and excitement. The Refinement Path Convention has finally begun. Strange, why do I not see anyone from the other 4 regions? Luo Xing sighed. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he had lost to a Northern Plains Gu master due to an accident. This time, he made a comeback. He wanted to see a Northern Plains Gu master as his opponent. Luo Xing was anxious. He wanted to prove himself. But Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big, there will always be geniuses. He glanced around and found that 3 of the people present were strong opponents for him. One was an old man who had been famous for many years. He was also a refinement path master. The other was a young man and a girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous refinement path convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this refinement path convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity. I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself. I need to make my wife and son hold their heads high. Boom! At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into pieces. All of his grand ambitions vanished into thin air and vanished into thin air. Those young Gu masters with bright futures and talented girls who were the center of attention died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together. Even their corpses could not be identified. In the sky, Bai Ningbing's figure flashed. She was in charge of moving. After arriving at the location, she released the ancient year beast. As for the result, Fan Yuan had already said that she did not need to care. Earlier, Fan Yuan had sent variant human Gu immortals to kill the participating Gu master groups in the 4 regions. Now, he ordered Shadow Sex immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the competition locations, causing many tragedies. Countless elite Gu masters were sacrificed. After learning of this, Celestial Court immediately spread the truth. So there really are immortals in this world. The culprit behind all of this is Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this. Sigh, even though I am rank 5, if I do not become a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Immortals are high above us. Why should I lose my life for a mere refinement path convention? I will go. I will definitely go. If we do not participate in this convention, isn't that what Fan Yuan wants to see? Some were fearful, some were shocked, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. This is inciting the anger of the people, accumulating their will. In the previous life, Fan Yuan did not know the motive behind Celestial Court's actions, but in this life, he was very clear about it. Fan Yuan ordered to gather all of his subordinates. Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals accumulated their anger and hatred. They were about to attack when they found that Fan Yuan's subordinates had disappeared. Didn't Fan Yuan want to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The four region superforces that were watching the show were very puzzled. And in a secret meeting in Southern Border, Wu Yong analyzed a portion of Fan Yuan's thoughts. Fan Yuan gained an advantage if he continues. Celestial Court will be able to deduce everyone's location. His subordinates will suffer huge losses. Will Fan Yuan still take action? Someone asked. Of course, Wu Yong said without hesitation. But before that, we need to make a move secretly. In the previous life, Fan Yuan personally took action and wreaked havoc everywhere. But after a while, he was marked by the killer move people's accusation. He could only hide and let Bai Ningbing and the rest take action. But in this life, Fan Yuan had been hiding, ordering his subordinates to wreak havoc and slaughter everywhere. But the others were not like Fan Yuan. They did not have wisdom path methods to defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Thus, Fan Yuan only ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack once before ordering them to hide. This Refinement Path Convention was just the beginning. Chapter 1934. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was in full swing, but Fan Yuan's group was nowhere to be seen. Fan Yuan's order to retreat was so thorough that the five regions' Gu immortals had a misconception that Fan Yuan's massacre earlier was just a facade. What is Fan Yuan doing? The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is still going on. Why don't you make a move? You are little demon venerable, don't tarnish your reputation. The four regions' superforces criticized silently. They were very anxious, hoping that Fan Yuan would take action and lead the way for them. But Fan Yuan, who had always been at odds with Celestial Court, unexpectedly hid himself and did not move at all. The four regions' forces were about to feel resentment. They could only watch as the days passed. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention went through layers of selections. All sorts of Refinement Path elites started to compete on a higher level. The number of major competition venues in Zhongzhou State was also greatly reduced. In every venue, Celestial Court arranged several Central Continent Gu immortals to guard it. Under such a situation, Fan Yuan sent orders again. Bai Ningbing, Bing Yuan, and the Gu immortals of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven moved out. Central Continent, Xian Wu Mountain Range. Bai Ningbing, you are the accomplice of a villain, you will get retribution. A female immortal of Spirit Affinity House was guarding this place. She left behind some harsh words before leaving. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. You escaped quite quickly. Xian Wu Mountain Range was a super resource point of Spirit Affinity House. It had a huge area. It was known as a treasure trove of immortal materials. In case anything unexpected happens, I need to act quickly. Bai Ningbing started to loot. Central Continent, Prisoner Valley. This is the place. Steel Rush Warrior looked around. Frost Butterfly Warrior was with him. Activate! Activating the killer move, a large formation appeared in front of them. Transformation. The two rank 7 Gu immortals from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not hesitate. They used their most proficient methods. One turned into a giant with a bull head and human body. The other turned into a miniature person in butterfly clothes. Cold air permeated the surroundings. Immortal killer moves were activated one after another. The formation lasted for a while before collapsing. Southflower thistles, the entire valley is filled with immortal materials. The Steel Rush Warrior was pleasantly surprised. The Frost Butterfly Warrior was even more straightforward, directly freezing the Southflower thistles and frantically harvesting them. Zhongzhou State, Red River Beach. The Central Continent Gu immortals who rushed over were furious. They arrived too late and saw nothing but ruins. There was not a single crimson firestone left on the beach. It was too clean. Fan Yuan didn't make a move, but once he did, he shook the world again. Almost all of his Gu immortals were sent out, even the hairy man Gu immortals were no exception. These people received Fan Yuan's orders. They did not attack the tightly guarded venue of the Refinement Path Convention. They attacked the resource points with weaker defenses. Every time a resource point was breached, this group of people would carry out inhumane looting. After plundering, he even used a killer move to carry out destructive destruction. For a time, the entire Zhongzhou state was set ablaze, and major resource points were robbed and destroyed. Every time Fan Yuan succeeded in a place, he would publish the impact of that place's capture in jewel yellow skies. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were in an uproar. How can Fan Yuan have so many subordinates? So many Gu immortals, he has already surpassed an ordinary superforce. How much strength does he have hidden? After the Gu immortals were shocked, they felt envy and jealousy. Fan Yuan's subordinates had varying battle strength, but even the weakest Gu immortal could succeed. For the Refinement Path Convention, the defenses of these resource points were too weak. Many strong Gu immortals thought, "These very inhuman Gu immortals can snatch them, why can't I?" Even weaker Gu immortals had their own thoughts. The bones and meat are all taken by those experts, I can at least get some leftovers, right? Thus, similar to the previous life, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions could no longer hold back, especially those demonic immortals and lone cultivators. These people took the initiative to attack the various Central Continent resource points. Central Continent's situation was completely ruined. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's expression was ashen. No matter how much self-restraint she had, she was still enraged when she saw the news of resource points being attacked and looted like snowflakes floating towards her. Fan Yuan. She gritted her teeth, emitting intense killing intent. It was this culprit that caused people's hearts to change. Central Continent became the prey of the other 4 regions. It was plundered and suffered huge losses. But Fairy Myrtle, Duke Long, and Qin Ding Ling could do nothing about it. Central Continent was too big, it was at the center, surrounded by the other 4 regions. And there were too few Gu immortals, they could not be allocated to a large number of resource points, the gap was too big. This gave the bandits and thieves a chance to take advantage of them. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Qin Dingling sighed. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. For the sake of the greater good, sacrifices are unavoidable. Everything is for the Refinement Path Convention, it is fine to give up these immortal materials. As long as this Gu is repaired, they will spit it back hundreds or thousands of times over. Central Continent was in a state of passively taking a beating. Fan Yuan's timing was too good, it was neither too close nor too far. Celestial Court had no choice but to increase the defenses of the Gu refinement sites. These were all elites. If they lost too many of them, Central Continent's battle potential would be greatly reduced. If they were placed in front of them, it would also greatly affect the recovery of Fate Gu. Fan Yuan's choice of targets was also very ingenious. For example, Xianwu mountain range was too wide, it naturally had weak defenses. There were also places like Prisoner Valley and Red River Beach. They had been plundered in Fan Yuan's previous life. Fan Yuan knew about these places. Together with his meticulous planning, Fan Yuan's subordinates had a high success rate. They could plunder so easily and gain so much. This greatly stimulated the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions moved out to attack the resource points. Central Continent did not completely give up on the defense of the resource points. In fact, many of the resource points were guarded by experts. At once, battles of all sizes erupted. Gu immortals fought rapidly. Once they found out that a resource point had strong defenses, the attacking side would wisely give up and choose to attack another location. Anyway, Central Continent had so many resource points, why would they fight to the death in one place? Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shurgon Dang attacked, destroying the Earth Chi Rock Forest and obtaining a large number of round kun stones. Forgotten Taoists successfully stole the Spirit Lake spring water, even though this resource point was guarded by ancient soul sex expert Yang Feng. Xiao Hu Qi, Xiao Shirang, and Pai Shuihan worked together and succeeded, but they could not divide the loot evenly. They started to fight. The Zhongzhou state was in a state of war and chaos. Fairy Myrtle stayed in Celestial Court. Each day felt like a year. Finally, Old Man Jingyuan spoke. The initial accumulation of human will is complete. We can use the first human path killer move. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She quickly asked the old man to make a move. Old Man Jingyuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended. There was not much left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, and Mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. Their minds were connected. They could sense each other's true intentions and thoughts. The fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred from the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future. There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Free Scholar, who was hiding in the Gu refinement area, was discovered, but he still took revenge, killing the Central Continent Gu Immortal guarding it. Southern Border secluded Immortal Jingqing's identity was also exposed, but he had no enmity towards Central Continent and Celestial Court. He was sent out politely. What a great human path killer move, People's United Hearts, it is truly mystical. Xinshan used jewel yellow skies to communicate with Fan Yuan. His exact location was unknown. Fan Yuan only knew that he had already left Eastern Sea. He might be somewhere in Central Continent now. What did you comprehend? Can we counter these human path killer moves? Fan Yuan asked. He had already told Xinshan about the other human path killer moves in his memories. Xinshan sighed. To deal with these killer moves, the fastest way is to destroy the human wills. Without the human wills as a foundation, human path killer moves cannot be used. But I deduce that these human wills should be stored in Celestial Court. Then what else can we do? Fan Yuan asked. Xinshan sighed again. Then we can only break the killer moves directly. This is very difficult. I need a lot of time. Don't worry, since I promise you, I will do my best. I also do not want to see Celestial Court repair Fate Gu. Fan Yuan continued to wait patiently. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Immortals. They suddenly appeared in front of Hairy Foot Mountain. Follow me. Let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success thou marks. We will make Celestial Court fail on the verge of success. Wu Yong took the lead. We will follow Lord Alliance leader closely. The Southern Alliance Immortals responded in unison. Their morale soared as they followed behind. Celestial Court immediately received the information. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Her eyes shined with cold light. Wu Yong. Chapter 1935. Myriad-year flying warship floated in the sky. Fan Yuan looked at the formation in front of him with a smile. He had come to Yitian Mountain again. This time, he would definitely capture all the dream realms here. The timing was perfect. On one hand, Wu Yong and the rest led the Southern Alliance experts to attack Central Continent. Southern Border was in its weakest state in history. On the other hand, the great battle in Central Continent had just begun. This might be the last period of free time for Fan Yuan. Different from the previous life, I have taken the initiative and defeated the Celestial Court. The secret of my rebirth is widely known. The Celestial Court will definitely target me. Their methods and arrangements are definitely different from the previous life. I should let the 4 regions Gu Immortals take the lead and investigate the situation for me. Fan Yuan had a good grasp of the situation. At this point, Fan Yuan's rebirth advantage was almost gone. His previous life's memories could not be used as a reference for an existence like the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court was not stupid to the point of not making any changes. If Fan Yuan charged at the front, he might fall into the swamp of battle and be unable to escape. He might even die. After all, the Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Fan Yuan could not be sure that the immortal venerable methods in his memories were all the trump cards of the Celestial Court. Immortal killer move, refinement rain formation. Light rain started to fall from the sky. The rain quickly seeped into the formation. There were naturally goo immortals guarding the formation. The goo immortals were in a panic. The formation could not resist it. The outer edges had already been refined by Fan Yuan. Even though this formation was set up by Qi Chuyu, Fan Yuan had secretly conducted dream realm transactions with Qi Chuyu, entering this place many times and obtaining a lot of information. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment and wisdom path attainment, together with refinement rain formation, could counter this formation. This demon Fan Yuan did not attack Central Continent, he actually returned to southern border. What do we do? Call for help? Almost all of our rank 8 goo immortals were brought to Central Continent by Lord Wu Yong. Even so, we still have to inform the lords of this news. The southern border goo immortals discussed for a while, but no one dared to go out and fight Fan Yuan, nor could they ask for reinforcements. They could only activate the immortal formation and make some changes. The immortal array kept changing, causing Fan Yuan's refining efficiency to drop significantly. However, Fan Yuan was secretly delighted. The changes in the formation allowed him to see the mysteries contained within it. With the help of the light of wisdom, deciphering these mysteries was a piece of cake. Central Continent. The Southern Alliance's goo immortals had already entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong and the others received this information. What? The dream was attacked? It's that thief, Fan Yuan. Does he even see the big picture? Why are you still attacking us at this time? The Southern Alliance goo immortals were furious. Wu Yong was silent for a while before saying, Of course he can see the big picture. Lord Wu Yong, what do you mean? Bada's expression was dark. Fan Yuan's actions had already severely harmed the benefits of Southern Border's righteous path. Everyone knew that these dream realms had huge value. Furthermore, as the Great Era approached, they would become more and more important. Wu Yong smiled instead. If Fan Yuan did not see the big picture, he would have attacked the dream realms long ago. He would not wait until we make a move in Central Continent. He might even want to use us as cannon fodder. Then wouldn't we be sacrificing ourselves for him? Someone spoke with an indignant tone. No. Wu Yong shook his head. Once Fate Goo is repaired, it will pose a much greater threat to us than the otherworldly demon Fan Yuan. Now that he is reborn, we might have also taken the initiative to attack like this in the previous life. But there is no other way, we have to take action. This is the true big picture of the 5 regions. Everyone, before we came here, I had already warned you that your homes might be attacked. Be it your family, friends, or even your foundation, facing destruction and slaughter, these are all trivial matters now. If the Celestial Court has the complete Fate Goo, we will be at the mercy of others, we will have no future. Wu Yong said this. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the immortals, saying loudly, I want to order all the goo immortals defending the formation to retreat. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I know this order is very risky, but even if my Wu clan's headquarters are destroyed by Fan Yuan, I will not retreat a single step. Wu Yong's determination made the immortals feel a chill in their hearts. The Southern Alliance's goo immortals condensed into a fist again, charging into the depths of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong's order was transmitted to Southern Border's side. The goo immortals defending the formation let out sighs of relief. They took away all the immortal goo they could and started to move. A moment later, Fan Yuan refined the empty formation. Not a single Southern Border goo immortal could be seen. After he dismantled the formation, he obtained an information path goo worm. Inside the goo worm was a letter that Wu Yong had specially written for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He could see the contents of the letter clearly. There were few sentences in the letter. It only stated one point: Celestial Court and the threat of fate, Central Continent's strength, and the insignificance of the 4 regions. There was no suggestion for Fan Yuan to stop. This Wu Yong. Fan Yuan could not help but sigh. Earlier, it was he who made things difficult for him, using political methods to resist Fan Yuan's extortion, causing Fan Yuan to suffer huge losses. And now, It was Wu Yong who took the initiative to order the southern border Gu immortals to give up on defense and retreat, saving Fan Yuan a lot of effort. If these southern border Gu immortals defended to the death, they would definitely delay Fan Yuan for a long time. After Fan Yuan took away the Dream Realms, he could use the time saved to find trouble with the righteous path in all parts of southern border. Thus, Wu Yong's order was very bold and risky. But Wu Yong was sure that Fan Yuan had the big picture in mind. He would not continue to cause trouble in southern border. It was like how Fan Yuan knew that if he made a move here, Wu Yong would not give up on central continent and return to defend against him. In fact, Fan Yuan did not intend to find trouble with southern border's righteous path. After spending some effort, Fan Yuan took away all of the Dream Realms here. Yitian Mountain saw the light of day once again. The traces of Gu immortal battles were engraved here. The entire mountain was covered in wilderness. There were no signs of life. It was no longer the scenery of the past. Fan Yuan began to rush towards central continent. While moving, he turned these dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. In the upcoming battle, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies would be his trump card. In the previous life, when his pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, it was blocked by Feng Kim Hong. In this life, Feng Kim Hong probably also had this ability. But there was only one Feng Kim Hong, and he was only a mortal Gu master. Fan Yuan, however, had the initiative. He could choose any battlefield he wanted. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Dingling were guarding the central area. Old Man Jingyuan was also invited in. The latest news: Southern Border's Gu Immortals have broken the first formation. They are going to the second formation. Fan Yuan appeared on Southern Border's Yitian Mountain. He broke the formation and took all the Dream Realms. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said. Duke Long said solemnly. Fan Yuan will not continue to cause trouble in Southern Border. He will definitely rush to Central Continent to join the battle. It seems that we will have to face the Dream Realms. Fairy Myrtle nodded. We are truly fortunate that Feng Kim Hong created the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They can suppress this dream path method of Fan Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. You think this is luck? No, this is the effect of fate. Celestial Court will not lose this battle. They cannot lose either. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle suddenly gasped in surprise. The deities of Southern Frontier have broken the second formation. They are going to the third formation. So fast? Qin Dingling was also very surprised. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals' morale rose greatly. Chi Chuyu, good job. As expected of Southern Border's only formation path Great Grandmaster. With Chi Chuyu here, why would we worry about the formation not breaking? Ha! Just earlier, when the Immortals entered the second formation, Chi Chuyu said. Wait. Next, he observed for a while before directing the Immortals to quickly and ingeniously break the formation. Chi Chuyu, who was praised by the Immortals, shook his head. To speak the truth, I did not see through this formation. I obtained information from Fan Yuan. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions froze. Chi Chuyu continued. With my methods I can see through it quickly too. But I would have to use a forbidden technique to damage my lifespan. It seems that Fan Yuan has definitely been reborn. He probably passed this formation in his previous life. He knows about it like the back of his hand. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this. But they did not know that the profundity of this formation was actually Chi Chuyu himself who told Fan Yuan. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan rushed to Hairy Foot Mountain from the Emperor City battlefield, the Immortals thought of using the 5 regional limit formation to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But without the complete formation diagram, and setting up a formation in the enemy's formation, it was extremely difficult. Fan Yuan used his wisdom path and formation path attainment. Working together with Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity, they deduced together and quickly deduced the complete formation diagram. During this process, in order to let Fan Yuan and Black Extremity understand the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity told them about their experiences in breaking the formation. Since Wu Yong told the southern border immortals to retreat, it showed his sincerity and determination. Fan Yuan teaching them this time could be considered returning the favor. Knowing this situation, Wu Yong had a complex feeling. He sighed. It seems that Fan Yuan has already arrived in Central Continent. Fan Yuan understood Wu Yong. Wu Yong also understood Fan Yuan. The two had an indescribable tacit understanding. Even though normally, they would want each other to die immediately. In fact, in the previous life, in order to break the 99 consecutive unceasing formation, Fan Yuan asked for dream realms from the Southern Alliance. Wu Yong did not hesitate. He gave the order to let them go. Fan Yuan teleported back to southern border. The defensive formation opened and allowed him to take away the dream realms inside. But later, when Fan Yuan used these dream realms to turn into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they were blocked by Feng Kim Hong. They could not break the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. Using Fan Yuan's guidance, the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals broke 2 more formations. Their efficiency was simply shocking. Celestial Court reacted. Fairy Myrtle frowned as she thought of a solution, but suddenly, a rainbow appeared above Celestial Court. Rainbow light filled the sky. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out from within. Celestial Court, we are here! Bing Sai Chuan shouted with high morale. Chapter 1936. Celestial Court. Colorful lights filled the sky as a huge Rank 8 Immortal Gu House flew out. It was a round altar with 3 layers. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with dazzling light. Calamity Luck Altar! Qin Dingling's pupils shrunk as she looked at it. She had a complex expression. She saw the immortal Gu house that Giant Sun Immortal had personally constructed, but the latter had already passed away. Even an immortal venerable would die eventually. Celestial Court. On the other side, Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, was shaking with excitement. Finally, he had entered this place and carried out the plan that Giant Sun Immortal had given him, to seize Fate Gu and refine Destiny Gu. He really entered. 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was accompanying him, was very surprised and overjoyed. Is the defense of Celestial Court so weak? Of course not. Bull Demon explained. This is Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangement. Back then, Golden Hooped Great Immortal invited Ancestor Giant Sun to visit Celestial Court. He said on the surface that he wanted to invite Ancestor Giant Sun to join Celestial Court. Ancestor Giant Sun secretly arranged this move and left it for the future. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this and could not help but click his tongue. Giant Sun Immortal's plan was truly ancient. He actually managed to plan it until now. Let's go! We need to use the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then to break into Central Great Hall and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to seize Fate Gu. Bing Sai Chuan had just given the order when the surrounding colorful lights suddenly changed direction. Calamity Luck Altar was actually moved far away by the colorful lights. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method, the Qi Wall, had already activated and trapped Calamity Luck Altar inside the Qi Wall. On the other side, Qin Dingling's expression was pale as she laid on the ground. She had already used all her strength to make slight adjustments to Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. As for the so-called trap against Northern Plains Longevity Heaven, using an Immortal Venerable's method was the most reliable. The Qi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left for Celestial Court spread everywhere. The 3 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court one after another, leaving behind 3 paths that did not have Qi walls. However, the other places were still filled with Qi walls. Qin Dingling used all her strength to shift Calamity Luck Altar's position, sending it into the Qi wall. At that moment, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to move. There was an immense pressure from all directions. Fairy Myrtle helped Qin Dingling up and said in admiration, "Senior, it's all thanks to you." Qin Dingling sighed and said in a bleak tone, "I didn't expect that after I woke up and used all my strength, I could only slightly deflect his attack." Sigh. Duke Long walked forward slowly, his expression indifferent. "Let's go. Let's welcome our guests." Damn it! The Celestial Court actually knew that we were going to attack, so they set up an ambush in advance. Ding Sichuan's expression changed, turning steely green. The surprise attack that he had been looking forward to for a long time had just begun, but he had already lost control of the situation. He activated Calamity Luck Altar with all his strength, but the Chi Wall Killer move was too powerful. Even this rank 8 immortal goo house could barely teleport, its speed was unbearable. What made Longevity Heaven's goo immortals feel even more despair was that the Chi Wall had an extremely strong self-recovery ability. When Calamity Luck Altar charged over, the Chi Wall behind it would quickly close up. While Longevity Heaven's group was facing a huge setback, Eastern Sea's goo immortals arrived at Hidden Dragon Cave. To think that Hidden Dragon Cave was here. Song Qiyuan sighed. Granny Rong laughed sinisterly. This place is indeed hidden, but there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Yang Zi, he added. Back then, when Di Zhangxing caused trouble in Central Continent, Duke Long suppressed him and sealed him here. It was a huge matter. But because of the long history, the Celestial Court was too ruthless in order to eradicate the Dragonman race. Speaking of which, Duke Long is also a ruthless person. For the cause of the Celestial Court, he even sacrificed his descendants. Shin Songxing commented in a mocking tone. 8 Eastern Sea goo immortals arrived. This situation was the same as in the previous life. In order to achieve this goal, Fan Yuan had spent a lot of effort secretly. On one hand, he used Qi Si ancestors' identity to hint to Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and the rest. On the other hand, he used Fan Yuan's identity to contact Shin Songxing. The third was the 4 Eastern Sea lone cultivators. They were all Dragon Palace generals now. They obeyed Fan Yuan's orders and cooperated with him. Fan Yuan did not know the location of Hidden Dragon Cave, but after obtaining Dragon Palace, there were naturally records of it. Back then, when Duke Long suppressed Di Zhangxing, the Dragonman race had put in a lot of effort. With this secret, Fan Yuan used the 4 dragon generals to leak this information and influence the decisions of the Eastern Sea goo immortals in all aspects. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were different from the Southern Alliance and Longevity Heaven. They did not have too much of an adventurous spirit. They did not have a strong desire to seize Dragon Palace in this life. Fan Yuan encouraged them to go to Hidden Dragon Cave and release Di Zhangxing, to create trouble for the Celestial Court. Once Di Zhangxing is released, the world would be turned upside down, blood would flow and lives would be lost. He did not need these Eastern Sea goo immortals to take the lead. Once Central Continent's attention is drawn away, goo immortals would attack Di Zhangxing. Other areas would be relatively empty. Eastern Sea's goo immortals would have a chance to make a huge profit. There was another benefit. Di Zhangxing would attack Central Continent's mortals. The more people he killed, the greater the losses to Central Continent's foundation. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s would not attack mortals with their own identities. It would damage their reputation. Now that Di Zhangxing was doing it, it was the best choice. Western Desert's border. The weak regional wall was right in front of them. The 5 regions are really going to become one. The regional wall that once restricted us has become so thin now. Fan Gong looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. Fan Yuan's clone Fan Dichang had an important position in Fan Clan. He had convinced Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder this time, and even many Western Desert super forces had come together. This was a much stronger lineup than in the previous life. But it took a lot of time to gather so many goo immortals, so the immortals only gathered now. Oh no, that Blood Path demonic immortal is causing trouble in our clan. Right at this time, Sun Clan sent a bad report. There is also a brand new immemorial desolate beast destroying our clan's oasis. Mo Clan's goo immortals also received bad news. Everyone! I'm afraid this is the Celestial Court scheme. They are just trying to hold us back and make us unable to stop them from repairing Fate Goo. Fan Dichang immediately analyzed. Even though he had no evidence, in order to calm these goo immortals, he did not mind making irresponsible remarks. No, I need to hurry back. Earlier, I objected to the fact that all of us had to move out. Our rear is simply too empty. Now, it is as expected. In my opinion, we should be more conservative. Our western desert's resources are all gathered in the oasis. If the oasis is destroyed, without resources, our clan will lose its foundation. Western desert's Gu immortals discussed among themselves. All of them had the intention to retreat. Damn it! Fawn clan rose up too late. They do not have the ability to mobilize and influence us. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. He could only watch as a portion of Sun Clan and Mo Clan's people retreated. These two clans' Gu immortals are the weakest. They are only dealing with these two clans. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is behind this. Fang Dichang also reacted at this time. A portion of Sun Clan and Mo Clan's Gu immortals returned. The other clans naturally had to return as well, otherwise, the balance of strength would be affected. Western Desert's Gu immortal world had been in chaos for a while because of Fang Clan's rise. Their relationship was tense, and they did not trust each other. There was another fundamental reason. In history, Western Desert had never had such a large-scale alliance between super forces. Western Desert's Gu immortal world had never had a fixed overlord, unlike Southern Borders Wu Clan and Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. After some discussion, a portion of Western Desert's Gu immortals returned to guard the rear. The remaining group was still stronger than in the previous life. They forcefully passed through the regional walls and rushed to Central Continent. Celestial Court. The battle report arrived in time. Hidden Dragon Cave is being attacked by Eastern Sea's Rank 8 Gu immortals. Western Desert Gu immortal elites have appeared at the western border. They are moving towards Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle spoke. At this time, Duke Long was slowly retreating from the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was surrounded by a chi wall. There was a large space inside. Celestial Court's Gu immortal experts were attacking Calamity Luck Altar from all directions. If Calamity Luck Altar retaliated, these Gu immortals would retreat and hide inside the chi wall. It was extremely safe. After several fruitless attempts, Bing Sai Chuan could only activate Calamity Luck Altar's passive defense and slowly move forward. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals' attacks, Calamity Luck Altar could not move forward. There was basically nothing for Duke Long to do. The situation in Celestial Court's battlefield was already set. Longevity Heaven was trapped. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Duke Long heard Fairy Myrtle's report and had a plain expression. Qi Si Ancestor and Fan Yuan, are there no movements from them? There are no movements for now. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Duke Long was most wary of these two. Qi Si Ancestor had incredible strength. He could resist him. Such an existence's every move had to be paid attention to at all times. As for Fan Yuan, in Duke Long's opinion, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, but because he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, nobody knew what methods he had. Thus, he had to be on guard at all times. Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is still unclear, and after Fan Yuan snatched Southern Border's Dream Realms, he disappeared without a trace. He already has a large number of Dream Realms in his hands. Fairy Myrtle said slowly, looking like she was going to continue analyzing. What plan do you have? Duke Long interrupted her. Fairy Myrtle said, I plan to activate the formation and defend against the enemies. At the same time, I will force Fan Yuan and possibly Qi Si Ancestor to act against us, forcing them to take action. Duke Long thought about it before nodding. All right. We should take the initiative to fight. If we use this battle to establish our might, the 5 regions war will be much easier in the future. Fairy Myrtle quickly left, sitting down at the center of a formation. She slowly activated the formation and threw out Star Constellation chessboard. The chessboard floated in the air and rotated on its own. Countless starlight flew in the sky like fireflies, entering the formation. Central Continent's people soon sensed this phenomenon. Many people pointed at the sky and shouted, Look! There are starlight, there are actually stars in broad daylight. What is going on? Fan Dichang's group had just passed the regional wall when they saw this scene. Celestial Court has made a move. This did not happen in the previous life. Fan Yuan also came to Central Continent. He looked at the sky with a frown. Celestial Court had indeed prepared something different. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.